Creatures of terror, werewolves, hunting under a full moon. What we see in horror films is actually based on true events.
Perhaps this animal was man-made.
Scientists uncover the secret behind werewolves.
A wolf can't snap a spine in one bite.
Court files dating back centuries describe mysterious creatures.
Long ago, witches, demons, and werewolves were very, very real.
And today, do werewolves exist?
To be honest, I just scared the living daylights on me.
An animal out of control or a creature from hell?
The concept that there is something out there which can kill us is a deep-seated fear within us.
When did the werewolf myth emerge? The great myths of mankind. Mysteries passed on over thousands of years. Inexplicable events, places shrouded in legend, and superhuman heroes. Even scientists are fascinated. Is there any truth to these ancient legends? Researchers across the globe are working hard to solve the greatest mysteries of our time. France, summer of 1764. On June the 30th of that year, the region around Saint-Étienne-de-Ludgard is struck by one of the most frightening killing sprees in history. The first victim is 14-year-old Jeanne Boulet. She watches over her family's herd of cattle. But that day, something gets in her way. The girl doesn't stand a chance. Her death is just the beginning. An eerie creature prowls the woods of Gévaudan. It seems to target specific victims, women and children. By the end of August 1764, 7 people had been killed. The authorities called the blood-hungry killer the Beast of Gévaudan, a creature nobody has ever seen before. To this very day, people in Gévaudan, a region between Auvergne and Languedoc, are still put off by what happened in the 18th century. A statue in the area has been dedicated to the fight against the beast.
My grandmother told me this story when I was a child, and of course it scared me.
Bernard Soulier is a writer and an expert in local history. Nobody knows the documents detailing the beast better than him. He believes what happened here was more than a typical animal attack.
2 things about this story are extraordinary. First, there were so many attacks on human beings. And second, nobody described the animal as a wolf.
Another unusual fact, some of the victims are naked, and some have been beheaded. The locals launch a hunt for the phantom in the forest of Gévaudan. But what the men mainly end up shooting are wolves. King Louis XV sends a dragoon unit to support the hunters and dispel the rising panic. But the only thing they end up with are more dead wolves. Meanwhile, the murders continue. And again, the only victims are children and women. People back then were also wondering who or what is this beast. Bernard Soulier finds an unsettling answer tucked away in a book.
People just didn't know what they were dealing with. Nobody was certain. Some people thought this animal was a werewolf.
The usual explanatory patterns for wild animal attacks didn't really work for the Gévaudan beast. Certainly some of the injuries could be explained away by wild animals, but not all of them. Why were some of the victims undressed? Why had they been unable to capture this beast? Could an animal even sever a head? And it seemed that a hybrid being part human, part werewolf was the obvious answer.
An invincible, supernatural being? A man who turns into a werewolf? As the old tale goes, a full moon can set off this frightening transformation. All of a sudden, fur grows all over his body, while the muscles grow beyond human proportions. Fingernails turn into sharp claws, hands become paws. The final result is a dreadful hybrid creature, half man, half wolf. The werewolf has an upright posture just like humans and attacks its victims with the force of a predator. Its bite can kill or infect the victims, who then carry their fate with them like a virus, eventually turning into creatures of the underworld under the light of the next full moon.
The werewolf is an ideal figure of horror, partly because it reminds us of our animalistic side and the fact that we are only a few steps from reverting to it. But also they are the embodiment of evil. They drink your blood and they are only killable with a silver weapon, and therefore they are the ultimate monster.
Werewolves, nothing more than a myth? Wisconsin, USA. According to woodman Steve Kruger, this is where the horror allegedly became reality. He was picking up roadkill on a November night in 2006.
I passed a deer on 164 that was not on the list, so I stopped to pick it up, and it was about an 80-pound doe.
But Steve is not the only one interested in the deer.
As I was doing the paperwork, the truck shook. Then it shook a lot harder the second time, and I looked up in the rearview mirror. That's when I saw whatever it was, the thing reaching into the bed of the truck.
Steve stares into the face of a dark, mysterious creature, a sight he hasn't been able to shake to this day.
To be honest, I just scared the living daylights on me. I just stepped on the gas. It frightened me. It just frightened me because it was something I was not expecting to see.
Steve immediately informs the local authorities. The case attracts media attention. They think they're dealing with an old suspect, the Beast of Bray Road. It's been seen in several places throughout Wisconsin since the 1930s. Judging by the description, it must be a werewolf. Our ideas about werewolves have mainly been based on horror movies. Werewolves have been appearing on the big screen since the 1940s. They are the stuff of nightmares, but also feed our fantasies, frightening and fascinating us at the same time. The belief that people can shapeshift into wolves is much older than Hollywood. In the Epic of Gilgamesh, a 4,000-year-old poem, a shepherd is transformed into a wolf. In about 700 BC, a man-turned-wolf is mentioned for the first time by the Greek poet Hesiod. Zeus is said to have punished King Lycaon by giving him a wolf's head. Roman author Titus Petronius adds the full moon as the trigger. But Nordic legends like Egil's saga also feature werewolves. The Germanic word ver or wer, signifying man, gives them their name, werewolves. Legends of the past are filled with a host of hybrids, like centaurs, minotaurs, or Pan. These characters are fictional, but to many people, they are real. By the early modern period, werewolves had also made their way into German folklore. Historian Utz Anhalt is looking for their traces in Lemgo, in the northwest of Germany. The former Hanseatic town was one of the hotspots for witch hunts back in the 17th century. The city archives hold some of the best preserved trial records. Utz Anhalt searches the house where the mayor used to live. He's looking for a link between werewolves and the witch hunt.
To the minds of the witch hunters, the transformation from human to wolf happened after a pact with the devil. That was one of the crimes in witch trials.
The witch hunt is based on a book, Malleus Maleficarum, The Hammer of Witches. It was written by a Dominican monk, Heinrich Kramer. With the blessing of Pope Innocent VIII, he declares that witches, magicians, and werewolves exist. They live among us.
Warte an! Ihr seid der Zauberei angeklagt.
Driven by the church, the supposed allies of the devil are persecuted mercilessly. Up to 60,000 people fall victim to the witch hunts in Europe.
Long ago, witches, demons, and werewolves were very, very real, and it did seem like the obvious explanation.
Confessions were usually obtained under torture. These 400-year-old leg clamps also bear witness to this.
It has been designed to continuously increase the pain while the screws are tightened until the bones break eventually. And sooner or later, most of the victims were willing to confess anything their torturers wanted to hear, just to make the pain stop.
Countless trial documents from the 16th and 17th centuries are stored in the basement of the city archive. They tell in great detail how the witch trials went down. A real treasure of information for Utz Anhalt. He's trying to get to the bottom of why these crimes were committed. One of the people on trial was David Wellman, a pharmacist.
This pharmacist was executed in 1669 for being a werewolf. He was charged with sorcery, murder by poisoning, and because he was said to have transformed into a wolf and to have flown from his pharmacy in Lemgo to his pharmacy in a town 10 kilometers from here.
The court records reveal crucial details. Wellman was affluent. He had debtors. The real motive for the indictment, envy. The murder charge, manufactured.
Dass ein Apotheker Kunden mit
Pharmacists might, of course, poison their customers and kill them. But looking at the trial records, it's obvious that he didn't commit any crimes. He was the innocent victim of rumors and denunciations, which cost him his life in the end.
Die ihn dann letztlich im wahrsten Sinne des Wortes den Kopf gekostet haben.
Accused of being a werewolf, Wellman doesn't have a chance. Stories like this spread like wildfire back in the day. Some could say they were the tinder that sparked the myth of the devious werewolf. Criers and leaflets helped turn the werewolf into the most popular, dreaded character of its time. Hypertrichosis, also called werewolf syndrome, is a rare genetic defect that can make people look like wolves. It causes an abnormal amount of body and facial hair growth. In the 18th century, people with the condition were exhibited at fairs like monsters.
Hypertrichosis is a very rare disease, and what's worse about it is that it cannot be hidden because it marks the face. So those who suffered from it would have known what it would have been like to be stared at and also to be taken advantage of, people trying to make money out of them. And what about those who witnessed it for the first time? Well, it would have been profoundly shocking, disturbing, and certainly very memorable indeed. And you can see why it could affirm people's pre-existing belief in werewolves.
250 years ago, the French become increasingly sure of one thing. The beast of Gévaudan is some sort of animal. All eyewitnesses agree on this. Louis XV therefore sends his best hunter, Francois Antoine, to the region. The personal friend of the king is meant to kill the beast and reinstate the king's good reputation. Antoine quickly determines there's no ferocious beast living in Gévaudan. It's just a wolf. After weeks of chasing the animal to no avail, he's finally successful. On the 18th of September, Antoine and his men kill a large wolf with several shots, despite the fact that the beast had never been seen in this area before. King Louis is content. He proudly presents the stuffed wolf at court. His message: the king has everything under control. The beast has been beaten. But the mysterious deaths in Gévaudan continue, and reports about the beast become increasingly creative. Ken Gerhard is a cryptozoologist. His field of research focuses on animals for whom little to no proof of their existence has been ascertained.
One of the things we look at in the field of cryptozoology is that people have seen an unusual looking or an extraordinary individual of a known species. But in the heat of the moment, with their emotions stirring, they often misinterpret what they're actually seeing and build it up into a monster or something remarkable, when in fact there is a totally pragmatic and logical explanation.
Eyewitnesses like Steve Kruger are key for Ken Gerhard's work. They meet up where Steve claims to have seen the werewolf.
Are you an outdoorsman?
Yep,
Have you hunted?
Yep. I've hunted my whole entire life.
Yeah.
But there's really no bear down here that I was even aware of.
Right. And so you saw, what, from here up?
No,
like
I'd say more from the chest up.
that was the first thing that stood out to you, was the length of the muzzle?
And the big pointed ears.
And the ears were pointy, not
Yep.
rounded.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah. And it was on its hind legs. It just was something I've never seen before. It was leaning into the bed of the truck.
Gotcha.
And reaching for something.
Given the height of the bed of the truck and the position of the deer, the animal must have stood on its hind legs like a human being, with the head of a wolf. A werewolf? Ken Gerhard can also think of very natural explanations.
As a wildlife investigator, I also, it's my job to kind of weigh different possibilities and options and stuff. So I just want to show you one picture, and if you dispel it, that's totally fine because it's just part of the investigation process.
A bear with mange.
Yeah. So sometimes bears can have a condition like mange,
right,
which makes them look very unbear-like, as you can see.
Steve has enough experience to rule out a sick animal. It's the fantasy drawings that capture his attention.
This one, I mean, the ears were turned more forward.
Okay.
What did Steve really see?
We've eliminated bears, we've eliminated wolves, and we've even eliminated Bigfoot for people that might, advocate that. So the only thing left to consider is that it is one of these so-called dogman or werewolf-type creatures that many people have reported and described.
The case remains a mystery to this day.
Looking at this area, it's not that hard for me, honestly, to imagine that there could be, if something like this did exist, that it might not be lurking around in these woods, to this very day, so.
Time and again, amateur footage and pictures surface in the US, allegedly proving the existence of undiscovered creatures. They usually turn out to be fake. But the belief in Bigfoot remains widespread. And if the dreadful Mothman may exist, why can't werewolves too?
The United States was a country of pioneers and explorers from Europe who were experiencing a world the likes of which they had never seen before. Endless forests, mountains, and deserts. At the same time, they were meeting Native Americans who had their own mythology, and the myths of the Europeans and the Americans blended together. It's no wonder that this is a place of myth. This is where Sasquatch and Bigfoot and the Mothman come, and of course, werewolves.
A region particularly rich in werewolf sightings is southern USA. The swamps and rivers of Alabama make a safe retreat for all kinds of creatures. Doug Ward and his team have made it their mission to hunt these animals down. They are firmly convinced that the belief in werewolves is based on a real creature with flesh and blood.
The cryptid, if we find it, we're more interested in documenting than to, shoot down and barbecue the damn thing. We want to find out what it is, if it exists, and bring that back to the scientific world.
Doug documents all the reported sightings on his computer. Their most recent case took place at a river nearby.
Whatever it is out there in the woods is killing small animals, and I'd like to know what that is and kind of remove one of them from that situation.
When the men head out on their expeditions, they're prepared for the worst. Operating in the swamps is dangerous, not only because of the regular animals that live out there. Legend has it that the Alabama swamps are home to the Rugaroo, a monster with a man's body and a dog-like head, a werewolf. People often tell Doug Ward about the encounters they had with the Rugaroo, out in a lonely region covered by forests and swamps.
The reason we're here is the local sightings, recent local sightings, and the fact that this creek takes us all the way down to the Alabama River. The Alabama River takes us down into the swamps of South Alabama and ties into Mississippi, Louisiana, all over the path that this thing supposedly travels.
Doug meets his team member, Daniel Goggins. He lives near the river and is familiar with the story.
There's something out here, and it's been here since the Civil War. Or over that way is a place called Penitentiary Hill. That's where the Confederate soldiers used to hold the Yankees prisoners, but they collapsed it and blew it up because something was killing the prisoners.
Daniel also knows about the latest case.
Last weekend, actually, a couple was on a side-by-side out here, and they were the only one riding. It was about 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, and they saw something on 2 legs, hunched over, and ran across the creek and up into the woods. And they actually called the law because they didn't know what it was.
Ross is an expert when it comes to animal footprints. He searches the riverbed.
If anything's coming out here onto the water, it'll leave a print. You'll be able to see it. And it's barren, there's nothing on it. The wolf's not out here. You'd know it if he was.
The residents close to the river live in fear. Time and time again, skinned animals are found.
The local authorities think it's a person with a knife because it's so precision cut. The cuts are precise, the cuts are almost laser-like. It's very unusual. But the investigations usually eventually find it was some form of animal they can't identify.
An animal with particularly sharp claws, just like the one in France. Alabamians say the Rugaroo came from Europe, crossing the Atlantic in the 18th century as a stowaway on a ship. Does that mean the US swamps are haunted by the same creature that once instilled terror into the hearts of Gévaudan residents? Back in France, Bernard Soulier is trying to find out more about the beast's origins.
The only predators in France at the time that could have attacked people were wolves. There were no other animals that would have done that.
Looking at exact data on the individual murders, Soulier wants to check if the patterns point to a wolf attack.
The very first victim of the beast was found here.
This map shows every deadly attack and the operational range of the beast. Some of the sites are 30 kilometers apart. No big deal for a wolf. Most of the attacks happened in and around the forest of Tenazere. Back in the 18th century, forests are perilous places, and wolves present a real threat.
Wolves are closely connected to the forest. It's an unknown realm, it's dark, it's frightening, and it's wild, and that's where the wolf is lurking.
Bernard Soulier wants to see for himself where the beast once launched its attacks. To this day, small paths run through the entire forest area.
The beast often attacked people on these paths, like the time they found a 16-year-old girl here in 1765. Her name was Agnès Mouk. The beast decapitated her. They found her dead body and her head, which had been severed from the rest of the body.
Son corps a été retrouvé, la tête séparée du corps.
These beheadings are what the expert finds most disturbing.
I think there's some resemblance between this animal and a wolf. But there's one major difference, and that's its aggressive behavior.
The beast is said to have killed at least 78 people and beheaded 16 of them. Does that sound like a wolf on a blood frenzy killing spree? Frank Fass runs the Wolf Center in northern Germany. He's heard the legends about murderous wolf creatures. Still, he enters their cages without any protection. How do the animals react?
Just a minute ago, they were both down here. And right now I'm seeing one of them, over there on that small ridge, walking in the opposite direction.
Frank Fass walks straight through their territory.
No, they're both over there, next to the fence. That means they walked around us in a semicircle instead of just walking past us.
The animals are clearly interested, but keep their distance. Frank Fass is able to walk around safely among them.
The wolves are not attacking us right away because they're always worried about their own safety. They're cautious animals. It's one of their main character traits.
While it's true these wolves live in captivity, their reaction is typical for their species.
Normally, wolves don't prey on humans. There have been, however, a few cases of wolf attacks, but they're really rare.
Rabies viruses are at the root of many of these attacks.
Rabies has different stages. One of them is called furious rabies. It doesn't last long, but these are the moments when a wolf might actually bite someone.
Animals infected with rabies lose all self-control, just like the legendary werewolf.
Rabies actually has two aspects that can be associated with werewolves. An animal suddenly and uncontrollably attacks, and it passes on the disease with a bite. So it's possible that this phenomenon did help spread the belief in werewolves. But at the same time, an infected animal does die shortly afterwards. So it doesn't really explain the entire myth.
But healthy wolves don't have a great reputation either. Cave paintings tell of the long and problematic history of men and wolves. They were after the same prey, and this led to conflict. The wolf is a clever hunter, revered in many cultures. Some groups of people even wear wolf skins, not just to keep themselves warm, no, they also hope to channel the predator's courage and strength. Wolves are often associated with traits like fierceness and aggression. Attacks on livestock and people are just the last piece of the puzzle. Tales and stories solidify the wolf's image. Once a villain, always a villain.
Wolves don't present a real threat to us today, but what we know about wolves is of course shaped by the stories we've heard. Every child knows about Red Riding Hood and the Big Bad Wolf. That implies wolves are bad, and we should be afraid of them.
What does this mean for the Gévaudan case in France? A wolf that only kills women and children? Is that even possible?
I cannot imagine wolves that exclusively prey on human beings.
The beheadings don't make any sense to Frank Fass either.
I haven't heard of wolves taking the victim's head.
It's this detail in particular that shifts the focus to other animals, larger ones. Bernard Soulier is poring over contemporary depictions to find clues.
We've got a bunch of other depictions here. This book contains all the images of the beasts that exist. This one, for example, looks like a lion.
A lion could definitely be able to rip off a person's head, but most depictions point to something completely different.
This one shows the reddish fur of the beast, long red hair and a long bushy tail. These are the animal's characteristic features. Looking at this drawing, you might also be reminded of a hyena.
A hyena. The description of the fur matches this theory. Assuming a hyena managed to escape from a traveling circus back then, would it have been able to behead a person? To learn more, an experiment is conducted at the Institute for Bioengineering in Aachen. Researchers take the measurement of a large dog's skull. Based on the data, they build a model and a device with which they can adjust and fine-tune the occlusal force, the strength of its bite. The German Species Conservation Act only permits the use of dog skulls for such experiments. But as an engineer, Andreas Horbach knows how to simulate the bite characteristics of hyenas and wolves. The Copenhagen Zoological Museum has calculated the maximum bite force of wild animals. A wolf bites with up to 770 Newton. A hyena can manage roughly 1,000 Newton. For his test, the engineer uses a lamb's spine. It's comparable to a child's neck. Is the force strong enough to snap the spine? The monitor shows the force exerted by the dog's jaw.
We're continuously increasing the pressure and the force.
The pressure on the spine is rising. The force exceeds 700 Newton.
This is roughly the occlusal force of a wolf.
The spine can still withstand it. The machine keeps on increasing the force.
At about 1,000 Newton, we are at the bite force of a hyena.
The spine still isn't breaking. At 1,400 Newton, Andreas Horbach stops the experiment. The results are clear.
This experiment has made abundantly clear that 1.5 times the bite force of a hyena is still not enough to break a spine.
None of the animals that could have potentially gone on that rampage in Gévaudan could have possibly bitten off a human's head. Something else must have caused that damage.
The occlusal force is not the determining factor for whether a wolf or a hyena can snap a spine. It rather comes down to how long they've worked on it, have moved it around, pulled on it, and how much time they've had.
Bernard Soulier thinks he knows why the hyena is a recurring theme in the depictions.
You have to know that back then every unknown animal, every wild animal people didn't immediately recognize was a hyena, because people didn't know as much about animals as we do today.
It remains unclear who or what the beast actually was. All 3 suspects would have been able to tear their victims to pieces, but not rip off their heads. This is why Doug Ward believes only a hybrid creature like a werewolf can be the likely perpetrator. The men are looking for any traces in a forest near the river.
This one's got a stride to it. It's got 2.5 foot stride to it. And that's odd. Unless it's a person jumping around out here making this track.
These men are actually experienced hunters. They'll know right away if this is true or not.
Look. That's what I'm saying. Look, it's claws.
Doug Ward decides to comb the area around the footprint with all technological means.
This place is a place of interest to us for our investigations. We found something out of the ordinary in a place that fits our criteria. So we're going to try to go through it and rule out all possibilities, see what we find.
Daniel Goggins examines the perimeter of the site.
It appears it came through this opening and went straight that way, whatever this was.
The men build a high-tech trap in the middle of the forest. They want to lure the beast in using sweet fragrances.
So what we've got set up right now is wireless infrared cameras, and we'll be able to monitor those and see what we see out here along the trail. We can see in the dark for probably about 25 foot. So from here to that game trail, we should get a clear view of whatever is going on.
The hunters are driven to get any form of proof they can, even though they know their endeavor is a long shot.
One of the reasons I think a lot of evidence has not been found out in the field is because this is like a lightning strike. Most people who run across something are not prepared to deal with it. We've done this for years and years and years, and us actually finding something that turns out to be not easily disprovable is rare.
The werewolf hunters are convinced that the Rugaroo really roams their forests and swamps, despite the fact that once again, they came up empty-handed. Doug Ward and his team won't stop looking for an explanation, not for the recent cases, nor for the old French legends. It seems quite impossible that the people in Gévaudan were killed by a normal animal. How could it have managed to keep itself hidden from the best hunters of the time for so long? Why hasn't it ever attacked any men? And why were some of the victims naked? The only explanation left is that the series of murders starting with Jean Boulet happened at the hand of another beast. A human being.
Our modern explanation for what was going on back in the 1760s would be that a serial killer was operating, that there was a psychopath in the community. And certainly some of the explanations for what happened with the Gévaudan beast story is that it was a human.
Could a human be behind the werewolf legend? Relying on the Rugaroo myth, Doug Ward and his fellows are trying to shed light on the issue on a cemetery in Selma, Alabama.
This spot here is different than most places in Alabama and most places on Earth. There are things that you just don't see everywhere and stories that you don't hear. The local legends here are based on a wide variety of older stories who came from all over the world.
People in Selma tell fabulous stories, scary stories.
A lot of times in their legends, there'd be a witch involved, a pact with the devil, transformation. It had a mystical side to it.
Doug Ward believes there is a rational explanation for these mystical tales.
The people didn't understand someone being dark and evil enough to murder and cannibalize large amounts of people. Today, we would know that as a serial killer. It's not that uncommon, even though it should be. But back then, they thought that that evil must come from the devil.
People believe that pure evil is behind the transformation from man to werewolf, the work of the devil. If you leave out Lucifer, there's just one perpetrator left in this story. A human being, a psychopath, a killer. Bedburg, near Cologne, Germany. The most famous serial killer to have also been convicted as a werewolf came from here. He is said to have committed heinous crimes back in 1589. Historian Utz Anhalt wants to know what's behind this case.
In diesem Waldgebiet soll Peter Stubbe, der bekannteste Werwolf.
Peter Stubbe, the most famous werewolf in history, is said to have committed his atrocious crimes in this forest. He confessed to killing 16 people, mainly children, and to eating them, hungry for their flesh. He also admitted to having killed and eaten livestock and to committing incest with his own daughter.
Back in his day, Peter Stump, or Stubbe, was seen as the personification of evil. Keeping a low profile, the farmer lives among the people who later fall victim to his evil urges. He comes under suspicion after a wolf ravages the region.
Peter Stubbe
was caught in a hunt. The men had wanted to catch a wolf that they thought had killed their cattle. Those who caught Stubbe in the end claimed they saw a wolf, and 1 moment later, Stubbe stepped out of the bushes.
Sie hätten einen Wolf gesehen und genau danach wäre dann aus dem Gebüsch gekommen.
A 16th century leaflet from London tells Stubbe's story. In the form of a wolf, he is said to have been chased and caught by a vigilante group. A popular alternative story makes the event seem even more horrible. In this version, the vigilantes were able to surround the wolf but couldn't catch it. One of the farmers cut off the beast's paw, who managed to escape badly injured. The wound Stubber suffered as an animal is said to have transferred to his human shape. The farmer is missing one of his hands. When he goes to town the next day, he is arrested. In prison, Stubber confesses all his crimes. He's sentenced to death. The leaflet describes the punishment at great length.
They broke his arms and legs so they could wind them into the spokes. They went on and tore pieces of flesh out of his body with red-hot pliers. They beheaded his mutilated body, and in the end, the entire body was burned.
Wurde dieser ganze Körper nochmal verbrannt.
Stubber goes down in history as a serial killer, but something doesn't add up about his confession.
The issue here is that this confession was coerced, and he also admitted under torture that the devil had given him a belt that allowed him to transform into a wolf. Looking at this, we can't just say, okay, let's take the parts that might have been real, and they are true, and the other parts that seem unrealistic aren't. There's actually no evidence that he ever killed anyone. They don't mention the victims' names. By today's rule of law standards, he should have never been tried before court.
Hätte überhaupt nicht erst vor Gericht kommen dürfen.
Stubber probably committed a whole other crime. The farmer was one of the first Protestants in a strictly Catholic region. In the eyes of the Catholic Church, he's the enemy and the target for their deadly denunciations. Executing him for being a werewolf might have been a symbolic act, a sign that there's only one true religion.
The church adopted stories of werewolves to try and keep people in line. So, as a man, if you misbehaved, if you made a pact with the devil, then you could become a werewolf. And this was the ultimate sanction to make sure that people stayed in line.
The case in Gévaudan in France is different. The victims and their injuries are real. Is the same true for the beast? At the end, there's a hero. The mysterious animal is defeated by one of the locals. His name, Jean Chastel. The killer of the beast is still commemorated to this very day.
Jean Chastel was a villager, a farmer. There was nothing special about him, but he was an excellent hunter.
Hormis le fait qu'il était un réputé très bon chasseur.
In the early hours of June the 19th, 1767, Jean Chastel is in the woods near Auvers. He hears something at the outskirts of the forest. A large animal steps out of the thicket. Chastel immediately pulls the trigger. One single shot and it's done. The bullet pierces the animal's heart. And it quickly becomes clear, this was the beast.
After this animal was killed, there were no more attacks. And when Chastel killed the animal, people immediately said, okay, it's over. The beast has been shot. They didn't say a wolf had been shot. They recognized the animal.
A first report concludes that the beast was a dog-like animal. But there's no way of verifying this today. Jean Chastel wants a reward, and has the animal brought to the king's court. But the court has long closed the case. Louis XV orders that the half-rotten cadaver be buried on the premises of Versailles. The precise location remains unclear. So too does the role played by the story's hero, Jean Chastel. The hunter becomes suspicious. Maybe the beast really was a dog. A hound, to be exact.
The wolf hunters of the 18th century would catch young wolves and crossbreed them with hounds. They wanted to breed animals for greater endurance, more resilience, more strength. Such a hybrid might not fear people and could even readily attack them.
A hybrid would also explain why nobody has been able to identify the animal.
Perhaps this animal was man-made.
A hunter could have used the attacked dog as a weapon to kill. He could have undressed the dead bodies himself. He could have decapitated them. A hunter like Jean Chastel. There is no evidence, but at least there's one vital clue: the shot. A reconstruction reveals that Chastel was about 20 meters away from the animal. Far too great a distance to make a precise shot with a 17th century weapon. Except if the beast didn't move. Maybe because it was facing its owner. If that's true, the hunter would have sacrificed his animal to save himself. Regardless of whether Jean Chastel was a hero or a serial killer, the story definitely has its hand in perpetuating a belief in werewolves. Man and animal merging into a frightening hybrid, the werewolf. One of the myths of humanity passed on over thousands of years. Religious madness, disturbing diseases, and the primordial fear of wolves make our imagination run wild. An encounter with a werewolf? Unlikely. Maybe on the big screen. And only under a full moon. Ghosts and specters, do they actually exist?
And that was really like a flash from another world.
People are terrified of these spirits from the afterlife. Every sixth person believes they are real.
Death happens so quickly that their spirit lingers behind.
Ghostbusters and scientists alike are on the hunt for evidence.
I've been to apartments that looked like they'd been hit by a bomb.
Do things really exist beyond reason?
Look, lights.
Where does reality end and where does the inexplicable start? Is it fantasy or reality? The great myths of mankind. Mysteries passed on over thousands of years. Inexplicable events, places shrouded in legend, and superhuman heroes. Even scientists are fascinated. Is there any truth to these ancient legends? Researchers across the globe are working hard to solve the greatest mysteries of our time. Schallenberg Castle in Lower Austria dates back to the medieval times and has a dark past. Some visitors are said to have fled the castle in haste. Legend has it that the ghost of a young girl haunts the catacombs, her face covered with hair. The villagers call her the Dog Maiden. For 28 years, Johannes Ertl has been the custodian of Schallerberg Castle. He claims to have seen the Dog Maiden many times. It all started one night when Ertl was checking the castle cellar. He says this was his first encounter with the ghost.
It was late and an event had taken place that night. Everyone had gone home. I was patrolling the place to make sure everything was locked. Then I entered the crypt, where I was hit with a wall of fog.
As the fog began to clear, the custodian was able to make out a shape. In his eyes, it looked just like the ghost of the Dog Maiden.
There stood the Dog Maiden, around 5 feet 5 inches tall. Beautiful dark black hair. She had what resembled a dog's snout, but there was nothing mean about her.
It was the first time Johannes Ertl ever saw a ghost.
I was panicking. All of a sudden, the fog closed in on me, and the Dog Maiden passed through me. Filling me with a powerful, positive energy that lasted maybe 3 seconds, and then she was gone.
He's not the only one who believes in ghosts. Similar sightings are reported frequently from all over the world. Studies show that 15% of the world's population believes in ghosts. Some say they appear as transparent spirits. Some claim they look just like us. Others talk of bizarre sounds, sudden drops in temperature, or an eerie energy. The souls of the dead usually haunt old castles or cemeteries. Some believe that if a person loses their life in a cruel way, they can't find their way to the afterlife and wander between the worlds instead.
The concept of a ghost, also known as a spectre, is based on a very ancient idea that a person's body is separate from their spirit, and when their body dies, their spirit goes on living. And many cultures actually developed funerary rites to make sure that the spirit would not come back and haunt the living.
England, home to a striking number of ghost tales. Every other castle is allegedly haunted. On foggy days, reality seems to blur, and the souls of the dead are said to roam the alleyways of towns and villages. Around 500 years ago, London becomes the scene of a horrible act. Henry VIII, King of England, orders the beheading of his second wife, Anne Boleyn, for failing to provide him with an heir to the throne. Legend has it that every year on the day of her execution, Anne returns to Blickling Hall in a carriage drawn by headless horses. Until the break of day, her ghost wanders through the rooms of the mansion where she was born, holding her head in her hands. That's just one of many tales of ghosts. Is it all an illusion, or is there more to it? the appearances of the Dog Maiden in Schallenberg Castle are also allegedly linked to a real story. Back in the 16th century, the Losenstein brothers were residing in the castle. They got into a fight, and the younger brother died. To honor him, the villagers put up a cross in the valley, infuriating the older brother so much so that he shot the cross one night. Legend has it that his wife had a baby girl that night, but she was born with a furry face. The family rejected her, forcing her to live in the catacombs of the castle until the end of her days. Ever since, the Dog Maiden's ghost is said to haunt the castle. There have been numerous sightings.
Legend has it that if you see her, one of your family members will die 3 days later.
However, no such cases have ever been recorded. Johannes Ertel has grown accustomed to seeing the ghost.
I felt her presence again 3 days ago on the second floor. And right now she's standing behind us.
The custodian has no doubts. Researchers are looking for explanations.
Death may be the primary concern of most humans all over the world throughout time. And to confront a ghost isn't just to confront this scary representation of death, but it's also to existentially confront the concept of death. And so seeing a ghost is kind of like the ultimate confirmation that there is an afterlife, that it doesn't just end.
Humanity has long believed in spirits. Even the Neanderthals had burial rites. Researchers have come across lovingly arranged grave offerings and interpret this as proof that people have long believed in life after death. In ancient Egypt, the deceased were honored and their corpses were mummified so that their souls could return to their bodies. The Egyptians built extremely elaborate tombs for their pharaohs, some even with west-facing stairs that allowed their souls to leave the burial site in search of the realm of the dead. Symbols and drawings on the walls of the burial chambers served as maps, guiding the soul towards the afterlife. To the Egyptians, nature was proof that all life is born again. Just like the sun continues to rise and the grass sprouts anew, people too rise from the dead.
In Egyptian thought, the afterlife was believed to be the field of reeds where spirits existed. But if something was very wrong, they could then come back to the land of the living and to haunt people. But if all was well, the spirits could serve a very useful job in watching over the lives of the living.
In the Roman Empire, people deeply believed in the existence of ghosts that haunt the living. In his letters, Consul Pliny the Younger writes about a haunted house where people have heard mysterious knocking sounds and been frightened by ghosts.
Believing in ghosts is an ancient part of our culture. The first written reference we have to a ghost haunting a house or a person is by Pliny the Younger in the 1st century AD. And ghosts are based upon the idea of the separation of the body and soul. Now, in some cultures, funeral rites are carried out to make sure that the person is fully at rest, that the soul is at rest, and that therefore they will not come back and haunt us.
But do ghosts really exist? Or do we just want to believe in life after death so badly that we think we see them? St. Francisville, Louisiana. Myrtle's plantation is known across the United States as the haunted place. Ghosts are even said to leave behind traces. Hester Eby has known the house for more than 40 years. She shows us an old mirror with a curious detail.
Well, the mirror frame itself dates from around the 1840s. Now, the glass has been changed a number of times, and each time a new glass is placed back into the original frame, the same prints will reappear. We clean the mirror, normal, Windex, whatever, but those prints do not go away.
Fingerprints on a mirror that won't disappear. Messages from a ghost?
I think the prints continue to appear, and the faces, when people take photographs, show up in the mirror because that is where the spirits live, or that's where they want to be seen. So they do come out. It's their way of letting you know that, yes, I am here.
Staff and visitors report seeing a ghost-like woman in a green turban. Pictures show a shape. Are these merely stories to entertain the tourists, or are we dealing with an actual ghost? Locals tell the story of an enslaved woman named Chloe who allegedly worked on the plantation. In an era when wealth and dignity could only be enjoyed by white people, the hard work in the fields and around the house was left to the slaves. In the early 1800s, the Woodruffs live on Myrtle's plantation. Chloe, one of their slaves, wants to take revenge on the plantation owner for sexually harassing her. She makes a poison cake. But only his wife and 2 children end up eating it. They all die. Legend has it that the other slaves decided to hang Chloe for this. After committing such a horrible crime, her soul is unable to rest. She is said to still haunt the plantation to this very day.
I believe they're still here after all these years because it's their home. A lot of psychics have told us time and time again that death has happened so quickly with some that their spirit lingers behind, and they're not at rest yet. This was their home. It's still their home.
Hester then speaks about something that happened to her on the plantation.
What had happened to me not long ago, if you permit me to say, we had a school group here, and we were about 13 children. I came out and was greeting this small group. There was a little girl, she was about maybe 8 or so, and she looked at me and she said, "Why are you dirty?" So I looked down to make sure I was kind of halfway decent, knowing a spot was there, but everything, luckily, would look like it was fairly in place. But then she said, "Are you hungry? Why are your clothes torn?" And I could tell she was looking beyond me. So she was not talking to me. She was talking to someone else. And I looked at her mother, and her mother looked at me, and she winked, and we didn't say anything else. We left it at that.
Did the young girl really see Chloe's ghost? Believing in ghosts is something that is widespread in many countries across the world. Some people even think they convey deeper messages. Custodian Johannes Ertel also has an explanation for why the dog maiden shows herself to him.
I believe that I've had a previous life. In the 12th century, I was a priest, a Yesayer. And in the 14th century, I was an executioner and led people and souls to the dark side.
To him, the dog maiden is sending a clear message from the afterlife, asking him to do good in this life. The encounters have fundamentally changed Johannes Ertel.
The dog maiden reveals herself, and when she does, she always fills me with positive energy, showing me I have the strength to push away negative energy, thereby stopping my soul from caving into dark impulses.
Can science provide us with an explanation for ghosts like the dog maiden? The Black Forest, southern Germany, the scene of many ghost tales. This deserted hotel in the town of Freudenstadt is said to hold dark secrets. Most locals steer clear of the place altogether. A 100 years ago, high society from all across Europe came here, including the Queen of the Netherlands. In World War II, the hotel was turned into a military hospital, which appears to have left behind a grim legacy. Legend has it that the owner of the hotel was killed in her room in 1949. Soon, rumors about ghosts started to spread. We used the empty hotel for a nighttime experiment. We want 2 teams to find out if the place really is haunted and see the impact the ghost stories have on our participants. Researchers believe that ghosts primarily exist in our heads. Psychologist Lydia Benneker will evaluate the participants' behavior from a scientific point of view. The participants describe their first impressions.
Also ich finde, das Unheimlichste daran ist, dass
the scariest part for me is knowing everything that's happened here. And now I have to walk through this place, maybe even alone. That's what makes me nervous.
Nervous?
Yes, I'm nervous.
The sheer fact that everything still looks the same, nothing's changed. And that's really quite, well, creepy.
Wie nennt man das? Sehr unheimlich?
The hotel seems unusually clean to me, but not terrifying in itself. I actually don't believe in ghosts.
I generally don't believe in ghosts, but let's just see what happens.
Bin gespannt.
The hotel is in complete darkness. Our participants are only carrying a torch and a night vision camera.
Oh, jetzt blicke ich's.
Ah, now I get it.
Oh, Leute, das...
I have to admit, I'm feeling a bit uncomfortable. My God.
Okay, also...
I actually don't want to go into this hallway.
Me neither.
Our psychologist, Lydia Benneker, notices how uneasy they feel.
What's perfect about this is that they set the general mood. Of course, they're afraid because they are thinking about the terrifying stories.
The team that doesn't believe in ghosts remains fairly unimpressed.
What's that? A torch, I believe.
Okay, now we're walking down the hallway.
Of course, lots of unexpected things can happen.
That was so scary back there, wasn't it? Holy cow. Oh no, okay, this is getting really scary now.
Okay,
What is it?
I don't know where to go.
The place, the darkness, and the scary stories have an impact.
Zoom in a bit.
Okay, is that a painting or something?
Get a little closer. I don't even want to touch it. Oh God, go a little closer.
geh mal weiter vor.
I'll hold this and I'll do it.
What is that?
Wow, it's freezing in here.
Yeah?
It's as though somebody doesn't want us to go any further.
None of them wants to rule out that the place is haunted.
This is a perfect example of how our expectations and interpretations can impact our perception. They are imagining that something's out there. They view this as a warning not to continue, instead of seeing it as an ordinary phenomenon with a simple physical explanation, being that hallways are sometimes cooler than closed rooms.
Team 1 aborts the test. The second team also decides to finish their tour through the haunted house.
We had a chat and decided, all right, let's quit.
I wouldn't have wanted to continue because I didn't know what else was going to happen, what was coming.
It did get quite scary at times, and we felt a strong current of air pass by, but we couldn't see an open window or anything.
Yes, I found it a bit frightening, I'll admit. Do I believe there could be ghosts here? I'm tempted to say yes.
The experiment confirms the hypothesis. The environment and our briefings had an impact on both teams.
The way we perceive the world is actually based on how our brain interprets sensory signals. Our perception is therefore never objective. It's always a subjective interpretation that builds off of our knowledge, our experience, and our world views.
If everything happens in our minds, and we all live in our own worlds, does that mean that ghosts exist for some, but not for others? People have always been fascinated by stories of ghosts and spirits. They have also come to cinematic fame, like the infamous Poltergeist. Poltergeists are said to communicate via knocking sounds or ravage entire rooms. Witnesses describe a typical poltergeist as an amorphous being whose actions you can only see or hear. Most incidents are actually caused by people who want to scare others, but initially they create a lot of bewilderment and fear. Bavaria, Germany in the 1980s. Events at a dental clinic make international headlines. There's a voice inside the walls of one of the treatment rooms. The dentist and his patients are baffled. Police investigators are trying to solve the riddle using malicious caller identification and radio receivers. Chopper, as the voice calls itself, keeps everyone in suspense for over a year, until the staff notice that the poltergeist only appears during the shifts of one particular assistant.
I won't contact you again.
The colleague is caught, and the Chopper case is closed.
Chopper, the supposed ghost voice at a dental clinic in Neutraubling, Bavaria, made headlines for quite some time, but now the real Chopper has been exposed.
So it turns out that this time the ghost was man-made. However, this isn't always the case.
One thing is absolutely certain, and it's that there are some things in the modern world that science cannot explain, and yet there's an intrinsic desire within humans to try and explain everything. One solution, of course, is to say that things which there is no scientific reason for are supernatural.
Freiburg, in the deep heart of southern Germany. Walter von Rugaroo is a physicist and psychologist and head of the Center for Parapsychology. Since 1989, he's been investigating all sorts of ghost phenomena. The center works on up to 3,000 cases each year. The parapsychologist believes paranormal phenomena are real.
I've been to apartments that looked like they'd been hit by a bomb, and the people there said, "We didn't do that."
Walter von Rugaroo wants to find scientific evidence for haunted places. There's often a simple explanation.
One case I'd like to cite involves a young man who heard a voice in his apartment, so he called me. I asked him where the voice was coming from, and he got very shy and said, "It's coming from my tea kettle." He thought nobody would believe him and think he was crazy.
The physicist has a suspicion. He asks his client to put the kettle on the stove, just as he always does.
I asked him if there were any strong medium-wave transmitters nearby, and it turned out he was picking up the radio signal with his kettle.
A boiling tea kettle, a stovetop, and a nearby radio station. Case solved. The alleged voices from the afterlife came from the radio. Curious. This time there is a logical, physical explanation after all. But some mysteries remain unsolved. One famous example dates back to 1967. The Rosenheim case makes headlines worldwide and remains one of the most investigated, best documented paranormal phenomena to this day. Legal assistant Anna-Marie S. is suspected of staging the spooky events. Every time she enters a room, unusual things happen.
It's not every day that fluorescent lamps turn in their sockets, that bulbs burst and you hear banging noises.
The Freiburg Parapsychological Center pores over every detail from the case. The former head of the center is convinced that this case was neither fraud nor the product of a technological issue.
The Rosenheim case is unique because they conducted physical tests. These events have been confirmed by an objective source, adding credibility to the witness testimonies.
I was standing in front of this small table while Miss Anna-Marie was making copies. At the very moment, the flower painting turned very quickly counterclockwise by about 320 degrees, and the mounting wire got caught in the hook.
Is there an explanation for these unusual events? Anna-Marie is accused of fraud. Experts believe that in this case, mental state had an effect on the objects. According to the theory of psychokinesis, some people carry so much anger that it causes pictures to suddenly spin or objects to fly through the room. Parapsychologists like Hans Bender and Walter von Rugaroo believe that psychokinesis can serve as an explanation for the Rosenheim case.
The ghost is a psychosomatic reaction. It's called externalization, and it can mean that people transfer their inattention to their environment. And obviously, that's typically the place where they live or work. We call them focus persons or paranormal triggers.
Rugaroo says that most paranormal phenomena arise when physics and psychology intersect.
Looking at the phenomena, we can see there's a very intense and direct relationship between what happens in the external world and what happens in a person's mind.
Are we the ghosts? Can we move objects with our minds? Scientists still have a long way to go.
Some ghost phenomena can be explained by science, and some explanations require kind of either-or logic. So the idea is that if science can explain it, no other explanation can be true. So the real question to me is, if science can capture or explain or show some type of paranormal phenomena, does that mean there isn't some kind of subjective experience on the inside of that energy? Who knows, perhaps there is.
The history of humanity is full of ghost-like phenomena. They can be found in every country and culture. But there's disagreement amongst the different cultures of the world when it comes to how the souls of the dead behave, or whether they are a blessing or a curse. This backyard in Berlin-Kreuzberg leads to the only Candomblé temple in Germany. It's a community center for people who believe in this Afro-Brazilian religion. The belief revolves around connecting and communicating with the Orishas, the spirits of Candomblé. The Babel Orisha is the highest spiritual leader of the community.
Candomblé is a good fit for Germany, not least because Germans like the principle of give and take. We feel the same way. It's all like a trade. I give something and in return I receive something. That's the balance. That's Candomblé.
Das ist Candomblé.
The Orishas are forces of nature. They're in the trees, the wind, the sea, the earth. There are up to 16 different main ghosts, and every person is connected to several of them. Every worshipper within the Candomblé community is told which Orishas will offer them strength and knowledge. But only the oracle can reveal this information. The Babel Orisha is the only one allowed to share it. In a small room in the basement of the Candomblé temple, the spiritual leader establishes contact with the spirits.
You are meant to identify with the elements that we call Orisha, or receive strength from them. For example, some people like the sea. When they are in the ocean, they feel a sense of power, a certain strength. By allowing this strength to enter their bodies, their existence is enhanced.
When Africans were displaced as slaves, the Orishas crossed the ocean too and reached the shores of Brazil, where they've remained omnipresent to their worshippers. Holidays are celebrated with the Orishas, who are treated to dances, music, and offerings. The children of the saints, as they are called, can establish contact with the spirits in a ritual trance, allowing people to receive their blessings and strength. The Candomblé community calls this strength Ashe. But what happens when someone dies?
There is no such thing as death. You don't die. You no longer need the strength. And your body turns into earth, into Orisha earth. And the spirit goes to the ancestors, where it evolves.
The Babel Orisha explains there's a special room in this house where, according to him, he sees his deceased relatives every now and then.
I sometimes see the dead. I don't mean that I talk to them. I mean that I see them, like an image passing by. When I see my mother, my grandma, my dad, or my siblings, any of them, I see an image. I know they're there, and I can feel it too.
Seeing ghosts and spirits as companions taking us to the afterlife might be a comforting thought to many. Believing in ghosts is a central and celebrated part of many cultures. In Mexico, the spirits of the deceased are commemorated in an extraordinary festival to this very day, the Dia de los Muertos. Mexicans believe their dead return once a year to visit their families, starting from the end of October and lasting until the beginning of November. What might seem frightening to outsiders is rather an exuberant celebration to Mexicans. They serve food to the deceased, like the sweetbread pan de muerto, skulls made of sugar, calaveras de dulce, or coffins made of marzipan. It's a big celebration accompanied by dances and music. Yellow and orange colors pave the way for the dead from the graveyards to their homes. The Mexicans say that these colors are easiest for their deceased relatives to see. Believing in spirits and religion, do the two share common origins?
We're fascinated by the idea of the afterlife because it is in fact one of the last remaining big questions. Is there an afterlife? And we like to conceive of the fact that there is one because it brings great comfort, not only for ourselves, the idea that we will continue on after death, but also because of the fact that we will always have a connection to our relatives.
Karin Huber is a medium from Frankfurt, Germany. She believes she's been in touch with spirits since she was a child. Connecting with the afterlife has become routine for her during her sittings.
I was able to sense the world of the spirits as a child. I thought there were people walking through my bedroom at night. Talking to others, I realized that they didn't feel the same things and that I was different, maybe even weird to some. And that's why I stopped telling others about what I was sensing.
During a car ride, her life was turned upside down.
My wake-up call, if you will, was when I was driving down the motorway, and I saw this woman standing there. She was wearing a violet dress and a violet floppy hat. She looked straight out of the 70s. I hit the brakes at about 130 kilometers per hour. I almost caused an accident. And that was really like a flash from another world, from the afterlife.
Karin Huber is preparing for today's sitting. As always, she's listening to music.
The spiritual world vibrates at a higher frequency. We in the present world are contained in our carnal, physical body and therefore vibrate at a lower frequency. We are grounded. To get a little closer to the spiritual world, I have to raise my frequency.
Karin Huber says she has the gift of receiving information from the afterlife.
I work with my psychic senses. I can pick up images from the spiritual world, or sounds, sometimes a favorite song. It can also happen through my taste buds, tasting what might have been a favorite dish. I feel a personality, and all this information can be used.
4 clients are taking part in today's session. They're all hoping for her to make contact.
When my sister-in-law lost her husband, we sat there wondering what we could do to help her. I didn't want to send her here alone, so I thought I'd give it a go myself. And at that moment, I didn't have any emotional baggage like, I really want to see someone. I actually just wanted to find out if this works.
Okay, so I am sensing a woman, and as she gets closer, I feel that I'm working with someone who was very active. What I know is that there's a grandmother who wants to talk to her granddaughter, of course. And I also know that the granddaughter spent time with her grandma as a child or when she was young, or that she was partly raised by her. She also tells me that she cooked her own vegetables, so I'm in the the garden and I'm pulling my potatoes or my carrots from the ground and I am cooking them. That's what she gives me.
I could really sense my grandmother, my mom's mom. And that was exactly what Miss Huber said. Carrots and potatoes, that was our thing.
I have to speak about food all the time. Okay, you get that? She takes me to the kitchen and I'm in this rather old-fashioned looking kitchen with her. Yes, and I would like to... It's like there's a wooden bench I'd like to sit on now. She's showing me memories, how you cooked and peeled vegetables together, because I can see the carrot peels. She says you two were in your own world in that moment. She's just one thought away, and right now you are receiving a lot of support from her. That's what she wants me to tell you.
Gerne.
Skeptics believe that psychics like Karen Huber can read people well and use other people's body language to trick them into believing they know more about the afterlife. Karen Huber's clients have a whole different take on this.
Well, the first contact, that's when I thought, okay, you couldn't have researched that. You couldn't have found that online. Nobody's ever talked about that. Once you've made contact and got this kind of feedback, you feel different. You feel safe somehow. And you know there's something out there. There's more energy, and it changes your approach to life.
Those who come to Karen Huber are often grieving and looking for help. They find solace in believing in life after death. Spiritism and natural sciences have been developing simultaneously, dividing people into two camps. There are those who believe in the afterlife, and there are those who believe in science, meaning they only believe in things that can be measured and proven. The famous inventor of the light bulb, Thomas Edison, is ridiculed and mocked by his fellows when word gets out that he's working on a ghost radio. Edison believes it's possible to get in touch with the dead. He thinks humans have two energy units regulating our cells, one for our body and one for our personality. When we die and the physical cells lose their ability to function, Edison claims, the part of our energy that is linked to our personality lives on. With the right technology, we should be able to communicate with this part. Edison can't manage to build a functioning ghost radio. No signal for now. But what do things look like 100 years later? Aren't we much more technologically advanced and able to contact the afterlife today? Ariana Gerhold, also known as Minky, is Berlin's most famous ghost hunter. She's heading to Grabowsee, 30 kilometers from Berlin, a former sanatorium for lung patients. People claim to have witnessed mysterious sightings time and again. In 1896, the first sanatorium for tuberculosis opens its doors in Berlin. The patients come here to recover from their disease, but many can't escape death. Minky seems to feel why the dead can't find peace.
Some of the entities stuck in a place like this don't know how to get out. Maybe death came more suddenly than they thought, and that's why I feel a certain sense of sadness here in my chest. Because they might have thought they'd leave this place healthy.
After World War II, the former sanatorium was used as a Russian hospital. For decades, this place was witness to many deaths. Minky and Savash are preparing their first contact with the afterlife. Minky will use a ghost radio first.
One thing that's really important is that you introduce yourself. You have to invite them, allow them to draw energy from us or from the devices. They have to know that they can trust us, because some of the deceased don't know they are dead. And they are surprised. They rather see us as the intruders. All right, hi, this is me. I'm Minky.
I'm Savash.
Please give me a yes to let me know it's okay we are here with you. Please take all the energy you need. You can take it from our equipment or from me. Is there anyone else with us? Is the young boy still here?
It's not just that Minky only feels the souls of the dead. She also says they appear out of the blue. Minky claims to have met the ghost of a boy in this very place not long ago.
I saw a young boy. He was standing over there, next to the pillar. I mean, I could really see him. I could see his clothes, sort of a grey vest made of thick cotton, not fine knitwear. He was wearing shorts and long socks, and he was standing there, completely lost. He didn't understand what was going on.
The first attempt is unsuccessful. No voices from the afterlife. The only frequencies the radio picks up come from a Russian station. The Ghostbuster and her assistant keep on searching. They walk past former hospital rooms, ORs, down to the catacombs of Grabovce Sanatorium. More than 100 years ago, the dead were laid out here. It's a place to say goodbye. Will a former patient get in touch? Up until now, everything's been quiet. But suddenly, Minky senses something. She uses an infrared camera and a magnetic field detector. If energy in the room changes, the device picks it up. The Ghostbuster really believes this to be a sign from the afterlife.
Right now, we are hoping someone will sit down on this chair. Whoever is here, please trust us. Come here. It crashed? That means something is about to happen. When something like that happens, I know something is coming. Because the tablet is fully charged. There's no reason why it should shut down like that. To be honest, I have to say, it's turning off again. That's not normal. Come on, the thing is on. It's also new.
As I've said before, I'm more neutral when it comes to these things. I'd check the technology first.
I mean, it's not cold enough to blame any technological defects on the temperature. Is there anyone here at the table? Does anyone want to communicate with us via the K2? Walk over to the green light?
And then something happens that nobody expected. The measuring device starts to flash.
Look! Lights! And now it's also safe to say that someone messed with my camera. Nothing happened this whole time, but now it's starting. It's even turning red.
That's really rare, yes.
It's stopping now. The fact that it turned red means it's an energetic person who has actually found peace here and doesn't want to be disturbed. So you actually don't want me to sit on this chair? I got that now. Look, now it's communicating. Do you want us to leave? Go and find your peace. Thanks for playing along for a while.
Contact with the afterlife or a placebo effect?
The question remains, is there an afterlife? If we look at it from a scientific perspective, there is still not strong enough evidence either for or against for us to come to a firm conclusion. Certainly, for those humans who have strong beliefs, the evidence for the afterlife is non-negotiable. There certainly is somewhere that we go to after this life.
We can provide explanations for almost every ghost sighting and eerie event. Paranormal phenomena are almost always a product of the mind. But we still don't know what happens to us when we die. Is there a life after death? Are there ghosts or angels? For now, it all comes down to what we believe. Pharaohs, rulers of ancient Egypt, and one of them has long been forgotten. His tomb holds countless secrets. Tutankhamun.
The discovery of Tutankhamun's tomb unleashed the curse.
After the tomb was opened, 17 people who were either directly or indirectly involved die. Has a deadly curse been placed upon this grave? What is behind these mysterious deaths?
We give curses such great power simply because we cannot control them.
Are all these incidents linked to something that happened more than 3,000 years ago? Does the mummy provide any clues?
Howard Carter cut off its entire head, damaging it in the process.
The curse of the Pharaoh. Can this be backed up by science? The great myths of mankind. Mysteries passed on over thousands of years. Inexplicable events, places shrouded in legend, and superhuman heroes. Even scientists are fascinated. Is there any truth to these ancient legends? Researchers across the globe are working hard to solve the greatest mysteries of our time. Egypt, the oldest advanced civilization in history. Superpower of the ancient world. Powerful pharaohs ruled the country for over 3,000 years. Feared by their enemies and worshipped as gods by their loyal subjects. All trying to expand their power while also solidifying their legacy for future generations. The key to making their mark on history. Unique structures like temples, tombs, and the pyramids. Structures made to immortalize the pharaohs, shrouded in mystery to this very day. Thebes in southern Egypt, home to the Valley of the Kings. Unlike the famous pyramids, the tombs in this region remain hidden at first glance. The idea is to make it harder for tomb raiders to find the treasures. Ali Reda is Inspector of Antiquities of Upper Egypt. He knows everything about all the tombs and their stories.
What makes the Valley of the Kings special is that it's an arid region. Everything the ancient Egyptians placed in their tombs was able to stay intact and in good shape.
In 1922, the valley is the scene of a global sensation. Archaeologist Howard Carter conducts large excavation works. He wants to find treasures, gold, grave offerings, mummies. 10 years on, his financier, Lord Carnarvon, no longer believes that anything great will be found and signals his desire to cut off funding. Carter convinces him to give him one last chance. The explorer sets off on his last dig in the Valley of the Kings, and he's lucky. One of his workers comes across a secret opening with a stairway. On November the 4th, 1922, Carter sends a telegram to England. At last I've made wonderful discovery in valley, stop. A magnificent tomb with seals intact, stop. Recovered same for your arrival, stop. Carter. 2 weeks later, Lord Carnarvon travels to the Valley of the Kings. It would be his last journey. On this occasion, the men find Tutankhamun's tomb by pure chance.
Other tombs were actually built over the top of Tutankhamun's tomb, and the rubble from that construction fell down in front of the entrance, which means that his grave was perfectly preserved and perfectly hidden until Carter came along and created a real Egyptian hype with his discovery.
Howard Carter breaks open the first door and lets Lord Carnarvon go first. The men have to clear the way leading down an 8-meter-long hallway.
The find was such a big sensation because the grave was untouched, and that was very rare indeed. Most Egyptian graves had long been robbed by grave robbers, but this one was absolutely perfect, and it created a wave of interest in all things Egyptian.
The news about the untouched tomb belonging to a pharaoh makes international headlines.
Egyptomania swept the globe in the 1920s. In particular, the nobility liked to collect Egyptian treasures and have Egyptian-themed parties where they would wear extravagant tunics and be fanned with palm fronds. And at the end of the party, they would unwrap a mummy.
Since the beginning of the 19th century, mummies were unwrapped for fun, and sometimes ground for their questionable medicinal properties. The Egyptian theme is picked up in theaters, literature, and cinemas. Howard Carter's spectacular find adds to the hysteria. Films often feature tombs, living mummies, explorers, and purported curses. In the Valley of the Kings, Carter uncovers hieroglyphs, revealing the name of the deceased. Pharaoh Tutankhamun. Up until then, he was just a completely anonymous Egyptian king. The objects Lord Carnarvon and Howard Carter find behind a stone wall exceed all expectations. Treasures, gold, furniture, grave offerings, all piled on top of each other in a seemingly careless heap. Pots full of food, chariots, god figurines. Carnarvon and Carter are looking at one of the greatest archaeological finds ever. But soon, inexplicable events start to unfold. With every piece they take out of the pharaoh's vault, the ire of the Golden King seems to grow. A first casualty sends shockwaves through the excavation team. Lord Carnarvon, the financier, dies. His son, the 6th Earl of Carnarvon, recalls the strange events of the night of his father's death.
All the lights went out in the hotel. I didn't know they'd all gone out all over Cairo, but they did, in point of fact. Every light went out.
Was the Lord sentenced to death because he entered the pharaoh's tomb first?
Some people thought he died of the curse, didn't they?
Well, I can tell you a great deal about that, as I was there at the time. He happened to be bitten by a mosquito. And what did he do? Cut the pimple off his face in the night or in the morning when he shaved. And he said at lunch, "I feel awful."
Supposedly, at the very hour of Carnarvon's death, his dog Susie dropped dead in faraway England.
After the death of Lord Carnarvon, the story of the Pharaoh's curse really gained international momentum, also because of various other bizarre events associated with it, the death of his dog, and also the power cut at the time of his death. But at the time, power cuts really were very common in Cairo, and it did have nothing to do with his death.
Yet another sensation making global headlines. First, the discovery of the tomb. And now, the deadly curse of the pharaoh.
The curse gave the press a juicy story. It led to serious mystery, which excited not just the journalists, but their audiences. Now, if you want a story to be well known, make it a secret.
17 people die, allegedly from the curse of the pharaoh. Among the dead include X-ray expert Archibald Douglas Reed, Lord Carnarvon's half-brother Aubrey Herbert, Arthur Mace, Carter's right hand, Lady Almina, Carnarvon's wife, and Prince Ali Fahmy Bey, who claims to be a descendant of Tutankhamun. Is the tomb really the cause of all these deaths? Ali Reda, Inspector of Antiquities of Upper Egypt, enters KV-62. That's the official name of the legendary vault. The treasures have been removed from the tomb, but the original mummy of King Tutankhamun is on display. Does the ancient corpse have sinister powers that haunt us in the present?
The discovery of Tutankhamun's tomb unleashed the curse. The facts surrounding the tomb are somewhat obscure. The young king was very mysterious. He took the throne when he was 8 or 9 years old and died at 18 or 19. A child, really.
Who was this mysterious pharaoh? Why do people live in fear of his curse to this day? Young Tutankhamun grew up in the royal palace. He was the son of Akhenaten, a revolutionary pharaoh. When Akhenaten ascended to the throne, he ordered all temples to be closed and banned the old gods. The people were only allowed to worship the sun. He and his spouse, the beautiful Nefertiti, were also to be treated like gods. After Akhenaten's death, his young son Tutankhamun succeeded him. 10 years later, he too died.
Tutankhamun completely disappeared from the history books after his death. So without finding his tomb, we'd probably still not know about this pharaoh to this very day.
This is what makes Carter's excavation so spectacular. His team uncovers almost 6,000 objects in the tomb of Pharaoh Tutankhamun, a king previously unknown to the modern world. Gold, furniture, everyday objects, all helping to expand our knowledge about the ancient Egyptians.
The Egyptians believed that life did not end with death. In fact, that a better life followed, which is why Egyptians were buried with everything that they could possibly need, with drinks, with food, with games, with furniture, even with servants.
The world is amazed by the splendor of the pharaoh's tomb. Carter empties the grave. Meanwhile, a growing number of people close to him die. Is the pharaoh taking revenge for the desecration of his grave? Excavations are still being carried out in the Valley of the Kings to this day. Just 200 meters away from Tutankhamun's tomb, a Dutch team is examining layers of rock. Egyptologist Carina van den Hoven is heading the mission. She and her team recently found this skull. Time and again, the rocks reveal human remains. Van den Hoven hopes to learn more about the tomb and those who were buried there. The mysterious deaths that occurred following Carter's excavation don't bother her.
People sometimes ask me about the curse of the pharaoh, and if those working with these human remains could be haunted by the curse. But I think the man buried here would be quite pleased if he knew what we were doing in this tomb.
Still, the alleged curse of the pharaoh continues to strike fear into the hearts of many.
We give curses such great power simply because we cannot control them. They can introduce such uncertainty and devastation into our lives that we cannot control, but we want to try and protect ourselves from that. In particular, the idea that someone can actually impact our lives in a negative sense from beyond the grave is disturbing.
Carter is unfazed by the headlines about the curse. He wants to get a hold of the last and greatest treasure, the pharaoh's mummy. And so he sets out to access the coffin's secret chamber, knocking down ancient walls in his path. At long last, he arrives. He finds himself in a small room with murals. Carter has reached his goal. The Egyptian Museum in Cairo. Objects of great value taken from Tutankhamun's tomb have found a new home here, including these large wooden shrines.
This shrine was located within the 3 other shrines behind a wall in the tomb. Inside, they found 4 sarcophagi placed one inside the other, just like the Russian Matryoshka dolls, where the dolls are placed one inside another. The same principle was applied here. 4 large rooms, one built into the next, home to those 4 sarcophagi. The last one contained the 4 coffins and was in the shrine back there. Come on, I'll show you. This shrine was inside this one, which was inside that one. And this last shrine is the largest. It contained all the others.
Attila, king of the Huns, is said to have been buried in 3 coffins, the outer one made of iron, the next made of silver, and the last one gold. Napoleon, whose Egyptian expedition paved the way that led to the deciphering of the hieroglyphs, is buried in 4 coffins.
Why 4 shrines and 4 coffins? According to ancient Egyptian teachings, 4 pillars held up the firmament. Burying the king between 4 pillars meant that his body would contain the 4 corners of the universe, over which he'd rule from the afterlife.
For Howard Carter, the days following the opening of the final chamber are agonizingly long. The wooden shrines need to be disassembled and removed from the site. Rumor has it that Carter's actions only served to strengthen the curse's grip. Did ancient Egyptians really put a curse on their tombs? One trace leads us to the Egyptian Museum in Berlin. Here, thousands of texts bear witness to the mysterious knowledge of times long past. Egyptologist Verena Lepper is researching the curses from the time of the pharaohs.
Magic played a prominent role in ancient Egyptian religious tradition. They believed in higher beings, in a higher power, which is why they worshipped nature.
Magic and spells were an integral part of ancient Egyptian life. It was also popular to make predictions about the future. Many of the spells were meant to help their love lives. Others, however, were intended to hurt or kill their enemies.
This one is about punishing an unfaithful wife. They threw a wax crocodile into some water, and the crocodile came to life. It turned into a large real crocodile that snatched the adulterer as a punishment.
There's magic for every sphere of life and every budget. Professional magicians and priests offer it as a service. Even graves are cursed. Grave robbers beware. If they continue, they will die an agonizing death.
Ächtungen im alten Ägypten wurden ganz konkret auf Tonscherben.
The ancient Egyptians would write spells on pottery or pieces of it. And then they destroyed them, threw them onto the ground, releasing the spell.
Did Howard Carter destroy such a piece of pottery when he entered the tomb, essentially pulling the trigger on the cursor without ever realizing it? A pottery tablet engraved with the words, "Death shall come on swift wings to him that touched the tomb of the pharaoh," was reportedly found inside the tomb, but it has since disappeared, never to be found again. More than 3,300 years after the pharaoh died, Carter and his crew made their way to Tutankhamun's tomb. It was the beginning of a mysterious series of deaths. Why did they not listen to the warnings about the curse?
The tomb is surrounded by 4 patron goddesses. They're said to protect the coffin and the mummy of King Tutankhamun to this day.
All treasures have been retrieved from the grave and are now in museums and private collections across the world. Only the massive stone sarcophagus is still exactly where it was placed.
There was a general warning regarding all tombs in the Valley of Kings. All those who get near them will be punished.
To the pharaohs, tomb raiders presented the greatest threat to their eternal life in the afterworld. Is that why they cursed their graves? In the tomb of Ramses VI, the warning to the tomb robbers is very clear.
Decapitated people bound at their hands behind their back. That's a warning. Anyone who dare enter the king's burial chamber will have their head cut off and will be bound from behind. They will have to spend the rest of their lives that way.
We know that all of the finds were meticulously recorded and photographed, and there's no mention of it in Howard Carter's notes. However, there's every chance it was actually not spoken of for fear of arousing superstition from the local workers. And also, Carter was rumoured that he was embezzling finds, so perhaps he made that tablet disappear.
An ancient curse causing deaths in the 20th century? For decades, this mystery keeps scientists on their toes, until one day, disturbing reports from Krakow, Poland, make headlines. Events that bear striking resemblance to a series of deaths in the Valley of the Kings. On Friday the 13th of April 1973, researchers opened the grave of King Casimir IV. Shortly thereafter, 5 of them die. Whispers about the curse of the king are quick to circulate. Wiesław Barabasz was there in Krakow when the tomb was opened. The former microbiology professor, who was then a young research assistant, was allowed to assist in the exhumation of the king.
5 people died within 2 years. That's when the case took a really fascinating turn. People suddenly remembered all the warnings about opening tombs and letting the kings rest in peace.
Głosy, które mówiły, żeby nie otwierać żadnych grobów, zostawmy królów w spokoju.
Casimir IV ruled over Poland for 45 years in the 15th century. The economy and the culture of the country flourished. It was a golden era. To this day, Casimir is highly respected in Poland. But that's not why the opening of his tomb makes headlines. 10 of the workers and researchers involved die within years. A parallel to the curse of the pharaoh? They die of heart attacks, strokes, and pneumonia. Could these causes all be linked to the grave that they opened in Krakow? Casimir's burial chamber had been sealed for centuries, just like the pharaoh's tomb, and with equally dangerous consequences.
We grew the different bacteria and fungi in petri dishes. And then we saw it. Aspergillus flavus fungus. It turns out it's one of the most dangerous and toxic fungi.
If the spores of the toxic mycelium are inhaled, secretions and blood cells from the blood vessels enter the alveoli, leaving behind protein deposits. As a result, the oxygen intake capacity of the lungs is reduced. This can be life-threatening, especially for people with pre-existing conditions. The researchers in Krakow didn't wear protective masks inside the centuries-old tomb, which, unlike the Valley of the Kings, was quite humid. The perfect environment for the Aspergillus flavus fungus. Its spores kill the scientists. But could the highly toxic fungus also be behind the so-called curse of the Pharaoh? Lord Carnarvon was the first to enter the recently opened tomb of the Pharaoh and the first one who died. Protective gear like masks or gloves? None. To make matters worse, Carnarvon also suffered from lung problems. Eventually, researchers give the all clear. The Aspergillus mycelium cannot thrive in the dry Egyptian air. The Krakow lead is a dead end. The curse of the Pharaoh remains a mystery. The Zurich Institute of Evolutionary Medicine. Professor Rulli knows mummies have to be handled with much care. He's examined Tutankhamun various times. He's not too fond of Howard Carter.
When Howard Carter and his team discovered the grave in 1922 and examined the mummy in 1925, his team had little to no background in medicine. Evidently, the main focus was on the artifacts, and you can tell. They didn't handle the mummy the way we would today, from a medical perspective. I'm not judging. It was a different time, a different question, a different approach.
What did Howard Carter do to the mummy to get his hands on the gold? For days, his team was trying to open the huge stone sarcophagus. Inside, they found coffin after coffin after coffin, all tightly placed one in the other, with barely an inch of wiggle room. Carter needed to build special tools so they wouldn't destroy the wooden coffins or the intarsia. Eventually, they discovered the golden mask. Howard Carter is overwhelmed by what he's found and wants to present the golden mask as soon as possible. He desperately tries to lift the mummy from the sarcophagus, but due to the resin used to embalm the mummy, it sticks to the coffin. Carter ends up putting the wooden coffin in the blistering heat of the sun for 2 days. He hopes the resin will soften so he can finally be able to see the pharaoh's face.
Howard Carter cut off its entire head, damaging it in the process.
Howard Carter disassembles the mummy into individual parts. He thinks this is the best way to display the treasures. Only later does Carter realize that he has gone too far.
Some of the parts that were severed have been put back together, so the damage is only visible to a certain extent. They wanted to make it look like they left the body more or less intact to future generations.
Professor Rulli has not only examined Tutankhamun, but also Ötzi, the most famous and oldest natural mummy in the world. The Iceman was found in 1991 by mountaineers in an alpine glacier. His body has been mummified over thousands of years by the frigid temperatures and is amazingly well preserved. But once again, some of those involved in the excavation of Ötzi died within years. The case was soon labeled Ötzi's curse. And maybe the way the mummy was handled was the reason behind it once again. Like Tutankhamun, people touched and examined the mummy with their bare hands. The only difference, gold and treasures don't play a role in Ötzi's case. Researchers are only after the insights the mummy can provide. To better control these factors in the future, the Swiss researcher wants to examine mummies directly on site. Together with his colleague Patrick Eppenberger, Professor Rulli is currently working on a 3,000-year-old foot. It is crucial that their DNA not be mixed with the mummies. It can't be touched without gloves.
The special thing about this technique is that we have the option of using 3D imaging. We obtain an image that isn't like X-ray, but rather a CT, allowing us to view the object in 3D form.
Modern technology could have saved Tutankhamun's mummy a lot of trouble. But after more than 3,300 years, and despite state-of-the-art research methods, the mummy of the pharaoh still keeps its secret.
This machine is still a prototype. We developed it ourselves. It can be taken apart completely, and it actually fits into 2 small boxes, so it can be transported on an airplane. It allows us to examine the individual layers of a mummy's body parts very well.
Ötzi's cause of death is clear. It also reveals a lot of information about the life of Europe's most famous mummy.
From a medical perspective, we always try to make diagnoses when examining ancient Egyptian mummies. The same applies to mummies like Ötzi. We want to see if things have changed as a result of the different lifestyle we live today, or because of other pathogens. We are always trying to learn something about this dynamics and how we interact with our environment. Every mummy can contribute to this quest.
While Ötzi was murdered, the researchers and alpinists who died after his find were not cursed, but rather died of old age, had a lifestyle prone to risk, or pre-existing conditions.
We really want to understand this new knowledge that excavating the tomb can give us, but in our minds, even possibly unconsciously, we know that it is wrong to disturb the dead, to not respect them. And because of this, we're undergoing this ethical dilemma, which results in a curse.
Thus, the key to the Tutankhamun case does not lie in parallels to other famous cases. But what makes the pharaoh so unique? Does his short life hold any clues? Why did the Egyptian king die? Was he killed? X-rays from 1969 show splintered bones on the mummy's skull. Again, some are quick to bring up the curse of the pharaoh. The Valley of the Kings, 2005. Zahi Hawass was chief Egyptologist at the time and wanted to examine the pharaoh on site using state-of-the-art technology. The scientists don't believe in a curse and simply want to retrieve information from the mummy.
Today, a team of Egyptian archaeologists and technicians examined the mummy for the first time by CT scanning. And the purpose of this examination is really to look inside King Tut to find out the cause of his death.
Once more, the Golden King is not left to rest in peace. And once more, strange things start to happen. While examining the mummy, the technological equipment goes haywire. The computer starts malfunctioning. But eventually the scan works, and the researchers receive 1,700 images of the mummy. The verdict? Tutankhamun wasn't killed. But still, there's something odd about the mummy.
The most puzzling thing about Tutankhamun's body is that it appears burned. Now, that's a very strange thing to do to a body if you want it to last for centuries, but perhaps it was the natural result of the embalming process that the body went through.
In ancient Egypt, pharaohs were embalmed before the funeral in an elaborate process lasting up to 70 days. This was meant to make sure the soul would recognize the body in the other world. The body was thoroughly cleansed. The inner organs and the brain were removed. The body was covered in sodium bicarbonate, dehydrating it completely to prevent decomposition. Back in Zurich, at the Institute for Evolutionary Medicine, Professor Rulli is using animal organs to conduct research on historical mummification techniques.
The mummification process in ancient Egypt likely lasted several weeks. It's hard to reconstruct because we've only got limited knowledge about how the Egyptians carried out this sacred process. We are trying to simulate the process using substances similar to those available in Egypt at the time. We are using fresh pig organs from the slaughterhouse. We used them to reconstruct the different steps of the mummification process.
The art of mummification was only passed on orally, from father to son or from master to apprentice. Professor Rulli can only guess the exact details, but the researcher has an explanation as to why Tutankhamun's mummy is dark-colored.
Die Mumie von Tutanchamun erscheint relativ dunkel.
Tutankhamun's mummy is quite dark, black-tinted. Some think that the mummy also looks burnt, but I am rather skeptical about that. I think it has more to do with the fact that the embalming fluids had properties that caused the skin to change color.
Similar to the embalmed pig's liver that has almost turned black.
We are looking at a pig's liver which has already changed after several weeks. We first tried it in sodium bicarbonate, treated it in oils and beeswax, and at the end, we covered it with bitumen, the star-like substance. The liver has flattened, it's become thin, but it's got the typical look and texture of mummified organs that one could also find in an ancient Egyptian mummy.
At the end of the procedure, the mummified heart is placed back into the body. Usually. But Tutankhamun's heart is missing from his mummy. Why? Without a heart, the Egyptians believe a pharaoh cannot live on in the afterlife. Eternal life after death plays a pivotal role for ancient Egyptians. The soul has to live on, but certain steps need to be taken. And this is where magic comes into play once again, because the dead pharaoh has to face the judgment of the deceased.
In this scene of the Book of the Dead, the principles of justice and truth are weighed against the heart, the person's life achievements, so to speak. You can see the hieroglyph for the heart here. And this one is Ma'at, justice, truth. If they are unbalanced, the person is allowed to pass into the afterlife for eternity.
The heart mustn't lie.
The monster is this primordial creature which will devour the deceased if the trial doesn't end with a ruling in their favor.
Is the heartless mummy cursed? Or did the sudden death, fast mummification, and hasty funeral lead to some embalming errors? It remains unclear when Tutankhamun's heart was lost. Based on their research, scientists agree that Tutankhamun died when he was 19 and apparently wasn't killed. So what did kill the pharaoh?
There are various theories saying he was run over by a chariot and got injured in the process. Based on current findings, however, I believe most of these injuries are unfortunately the result of handling that took place in the 1920s, but we are unable to prove that.
Many of the deaths in Carter's team are just as mysterious as the Pharaoh's fate. Carter's assistant, Arthur Mace, dies at 53 for some inexplicable reason. Unlike Howard Carter, he's said to have believed in the curse of the Pharaoh and even feared it. Can curses really bring about bad luck? At least to those who believe in them. Gurus Holst claims to be a magician. He is convinced about the power that thoughts have over the purely physical world. Holst wants to demonstrate this in an experiment.
A curse can also have a long-lasting effect if you design it that way. You also have to keep in mind that curses aren't just for the living, they also exist in the spiritual world where time ceases to exist as we know it. Personally, I would assume a curse could still be in place after 1,000 years, if that was how it was intended to be.
Gurus Holst sets the scene for a curse. He asks invisible forces for assistance. Forces that exist only for those who believe in them.
I myself worship demons and underworld gods. They allow me to access my powers.
The magician wants to place a curse on the arrows of the archers. The aim of the experiment is to make the cursed arrows less accurate. Our three archers don't know what's coming. They are simply told to prepare and warm up as they would for a competition. While the magician's task is to curse the arrows to affect the archer's accuracy.
I will once again center the arrows using my energy, so they don't hit the target.
Magician Gurus Holst tries to cast a spell on the arrows in order to alter the accuracy of our shooters. Nicole Engel is a psychologist and behavioral therapist. She's monitoring the experiment and gets a first impression of the participants' mental strength. Does the archer's psyche factor in once they learn about the cursed arrows?
At this distance, hitting the target with this equipment shouldn't be an issue.
It's going to be fun.
First, the participants shoot 3 regular arrows. This way can be determined how well the archers perform without pressure or competition stress.
If I have seen that a curse or magic has worked for someone, whether it's really true or not, it might be more likely that I'm experiencing a nocebo effect, meaning I believe that a curse or cursed arrows could negatively affect my performance.
Marek has a harder time than the others, even with arrows that haven't been cursed. Next, we start our experiment with the cursed arrows. The archers have only been informed that the arrows have been manipulated, and nothing more.
There you go. There you go.
Is there a noticeable difference?
I tried to see if they're heavier, and I checked the stiffness, but I don't notice any differences.
Does the alleged curse affect the accuracy of the archers? Does it really have an effect on the arrows? Or rather, on the confidence of the archers? Olympian athlete Alexander has full control over the cursed arrows. His performance is unaltered. He shoots accurately, as always.
It's a bit worse, but I would expect it to be in the range of variance that is typical for my shooting.
I had as many hits as in the first round. Of course, in my mind, I was like, what has changed? I don't know.
While Camillo thinks he feels something but still hits the target, Marek struggles more.
I didn't notice anything unusual or different about the arrows, so it was definitely more of a mental challenge for me. I noticed I got nervous. That affected my technique a bit.
Mindset or real magic? Did the curse work?
Two of the participants are able to control their mindsets rather well. One of the pros, the one who's also been to the Olympic Games, said, "Of course I thought about it," but still he managed to continue to shoot well. The other participant wasn't able to do that because he let it get into his head. Thoughts, feelings, and our physiology or physical reactions are always connected. If I can't get my thoughts under control, things don't seem to work the way they usually do.
This is known as the nocebo effect. Suggestion can affect our mind and body.
The nocebo effect is the bad big brother of the placebo effect. So where the placebo effect works by suggesting in your brain that there are positive outcomes to a particular sham treatment, and therefore you feel positive effects in your body or in your mind, the nocebo effect does the exact opposite. So by believing that you're going to have a negative outcome, that manifests itself in you.
Subconscious processes in our brain. The power of imagination.
It was a test, but I think I had some influence on the outcome. And please remember, I didn't want to harm them. If I had crammed in more, if I had placed a real curse on these arrows, it could have swept the guys off their feet, and it would have been irresponsible to send them out there. I only cursed the arrows, nothing more.
The effect is different for each archer. Those who believe in curses can feel the nocebo effect. To scientists, there is only facts. Also when it comes to the pharaoh. DNA analysis and other examinations have shown the beautiful golden mask hides a deformed face, marked by disease. Tutankhamun's body shows clear signs of incest. The young pharaoh was probably ill from birth. He had a club foot. This explains why there were about 130 canes in his tomb. He also had an acute case of malaria. His premature death might have been the result of disease, incest, and a potential accident. No murder took place. But what was behind all those deaths in Poland and after Ötz's discovery or in the Valley of the Kings? It was no fungus and it was no curse. These were explicable natural causes of death. Most of the deceased were old and had pre-existing conditions. But again, the power of suggestion plays a role. It was only after journalists linked the cases that the myth of the curse of the pharaoh emerged. The pharaoh died unexpectedly, so his funeral in the Valley of the Kings had to be organized in haste. The tomb required for his burial hadn't been made yet. So the young king had to make do with a tomb that didn't reflect his status. Usually, pharaohs had their tombs built while they were still alive. Today, science has shown that Egyptian graves were often used more than once. Dr. Carina van den Hoven and her team are currently looking into this topic in the Valley of the Kings.
This tomb was built for its owner in 1400 BC. His name was Gehuti, and he's depicted here alongside his mother. A couple of hundred years later, the tomb was used by another family member, who we can also see here.
Scientists will continue conducting research on this grave for many years. Whether their takeaways can be transferred to the young pharaoh Tutankhamun is impossible to tell. Even more so since scientists also have to go back and correct previous hypotheses.
We previously thought they reused the tombs out of convenience, for economic reasons, because it was cheaper to use someone else's tomb. But that's not true. Our research has shown the act of reusing a tomb meant so much more. The two deceased people had a lot in common. They were both called Gehuti. They had the same profession, managing the Karnak temple. That indicates that the tomb wasn't reused for practical purposes, but rather for deeper reasons. People were actually trying to reconnect with the past.
Tutankhamun was a modest pharaoh.
Tutankhamun's story is so fascinating to us for several reasons. Partly because he was such an incredibly young king who died at a very young age, but also because we are fascinated by Egyptian life, by this amazing civilization that existed thousands of years ago and has practically disappeared into the dust. We love to hear these magical stories of kings and their adventures, and associate that with the curse, and you have an amazing story to hand down the generations.
Tutankhamun's death marks the end of the 18th dynasty of pharaohs. New dynasties take over. The curse of the pharaoh remains a myth, a media phenomenon, a story that many just want to believe in. And yet, many mysteries about Tutankhamun himself remain. About his missing heart, or whether his unusual tomb can also be explained by the theory that he, like his father Akhenaten, was to be erased from the history of the Pharaonic Empire. The most prosperous city of all time, suddenly destroyed by an enormous catastrophe. Atlantis, the lost paradise of the antiquity.
Atlantis is like an end-of-the-world story that happened at the beginning.
Researchers are looking for the legendary city.
I do think that Atlantis existed.
Where was this mythical island located? Are there any traces of the Atlanteans? Will Atlantis ever be found? The great myths of mankind. Mysteries passed on over thousands of years. Inexplicable events, places shrouded in legend, and superhuman heroes. Even scientists are fascinated. Is there any truth to these ancient legends? Researchers across the globe are working hard to solve the greatest mysteries of our time. Greece, the island of Santorini. Some researchers believe this is the former site of Atlantis. Geologist Avi Nomikou first heard about Atlantis when she was a child. But how to tell truth from legend?
When I was a child, the grandfathers always telling us stories about the myth of Atlantis. They told us about a brilliant city that was decorated with high buildings, and all the people were very rich. And that city was just in the middle of a volcano.
Santorini is an island in the southern Aegean Sea. Its ring-like structure points to a volcanic inferno. The crater island near Kameni at its heart. The caldera is surrounded by land emerging from the sea. The legendary city of Atlantis is said to have consisted of 3 aquatic and 2 terrestrial rings encircling the main island. That's why many believe that Santorini must be where Atlantis was. Could Atlantis be buried underneath the rugged volcanic landscape? Geologist Avi Nomikou specializes in volcanoes. She grew up here. Could the city of Atlantis that her grandfathers told her about really be on this volcanic island?
Before 3,600 years, at this place, there was a small island with the same geometry, with the same composition, lava composition, and at the top of this volcano, a city was built on.
Was it truly Atlantis? Had it been annihilated by a massive eruption? The Santorini volcano has erupted several times over the past 3,000 years. But the first lead points us 200 kilometers northwest. To Athens. In 360 BC, philosopher Plato describes Atlantis as a splendid island nation which had ruled over the entire Mediterranean region 9,000 years earlier, with a commanding fleet, untold wealth, and unparalleled power. The capital has a large commercial port. The Atlantean battleships are even said to have defied the Athenian naval power. Navigable canals run through the entire city. In the center, there's an acropolis with a temple for Poseidon, the god of the seas. The buildings and streets are embellished with gold, silver, and a fiery toned metal, bearing testimony of their once glamorous population.
According to the Greek myths, the gods divided up the world, and appropriately for Poseidon as god of the sea, he was given an island. He then had many children, 5 sets of twins, and he gave the most beautiful part of his island to his firstborn son, Atlas. And in Greek, Atlantis literally means Atlas's island.
According to Plato, the land is particularly fertile and home to a rich flora and fauna, including exotic elephants. But one day, the thriving metropolis falls victim to a natural catastrophe. According to Plato, the earthquakes and floods are the gods' way of punishing the Atlanteans for their sinful lifestyle.
The myth of Atlantis is important to us today because it's the story of a once highly developed culture which was lost, which has utterly disappeared. It's a story of hubris, it's a story of punishment, and in the modern world in which we think we know so much, we celebrate our achievements, well, it serves as a pretty powerful warning.
But is Atlantis completely buried? Or can we still find traces of the legendary city today? Sunken cities are not rare. Bahia, off the Neapolitan coast, is a paradise for divers. Places like this keep the hope alive that Atlantis will also be discovered one day. The extent of the volcano's destruction is visible on Santorini to this day. The volcanic sediments reach high into the sky in this former quarry. A 30-meter layer of pumice has buried all traces of life.
So we are at the central part of Santorini volcano in an old quarry. For us, it's a geological monument, and you can admire the soil, the landscape before the Minoan eruption. So you need to imagine that the people were walking on this landscape.
According to Plato, the Atlanteans are progressive and hungry for knowledge, but also arrogant, autocratic, and bellicose. The gods punish them for their insolence and lifestyle.
We can see the thin layer of the precursory explosion, only 10 centimeters or less. We don't know the exact time, but lots of earthquakes occur during this first explosion. Then the main eruption started, and the first phase is the Plinian column with the ash up to 39 kilometers in the air.
Commercial aircraft only fly at 10 kilometers altitude for comparison. The ash column that Santorini volcano shot into the air in 1600 BC was 39 kilometers high.
Plato could have been inspired by all sorts of natural events, tsunamis and floods. One of them might have been the Minoan eruption. It was a cataclysmic event, and we know that it was felt right across the Mediterranean from Greece to Egypt.
The volcano buries the entire island, wreaking havoc. Temples, roads, and ships are torn up, destroyed, and swallowed by the lava. The eruption was extremely powerful. This is because the massive rocks didn't melt and move. The crater just became clogged with boulders, and eventually it exploded. In 1980, Mount St. Helens in Washington, USA, faced the same fate. The volcano erupted with destructive power. Was Atlantis wiped out by a volcanic catastrophe? One thing we know for sure is that the legend of pride and fall has impressed generations worldwide. The myth of Atlantis enthralls many. Pondering about what the legendary empire might have looked like has led to countless books, films, and computer games. Many people are not only looking for the location, but also to experience the superhuman force that Atlantis is said to emit. In Germany, the search for Atlantis has been popular since as early as the 1920s. In Bremen, an entire new building was dedicated exploring the past. The Atlantis House is home to a heritage center meant to bring light into the alleged history of Germanic peoples, as the descendants of Atlantis. On its facade, the Tree of Life, a prominent feature in Nordic mythology. The modern use of forms in the Art Deco staircase and the Sky Room are meant to give the viewer a glimpse into the myth of Atlantis.
Throughout the 19th century, many people searched for Atlantis. Spiritists, occultists, and psychics believed they could find Atlantis or that it would re-emerge. Later, the Nazis evidently put a great deal of effort into pursuing anything that fit into their ideology, which also included finding Atlantis.
Atlantis House was built by an SS patron member who shared SS Chief Heinrich Himmler's firm belief in the supremacy of the Nordic race. Himmler invests large sums trying to prove that the Teutons descend from the Atlanteans. He hopes archaeologists will find evidence of ancient Aryans in Atlantis. Their search took them as far as Tibet. Ernst Schaefer was the head of the expedition. He believed the survivors of Atlantis found shelter on the Tibetan plateau. He left empty-handed. The belief in Atlantis is also fueled by the discovery of another city shrouded in legend. For centuries, Troy was thought to be a myth described in the Iliad by the Greek poet Homer. In 1870, Heinrich Schliemann finds the ancient city of Troy in today's Turkey. The myth becomes a reality. Can Atlantis be found too?
We have so many stories about Atlantis. It is a magical undersea world. And if you were the archaeologist to discover that, like the discovery of Troy, you would go down in history.
US researcher Richard Freund is convinced that he'll be able to unearth Atlantis. He's an expert on the archaeology of mythical cities and firmly believes that Atlantis did exist. He is basing his search on descriptions by Greek philosopher Plato. But Richard Freund isn't looking in Greece. He's got his eyes set on southern Spain, not far from the Straits of Gibraltar. He believes that the remains of Atlantis are hidden in the sand dunes of the Doñana National Park.
We are at ground zero for Atlantis.
Freund has a theory. He believes that the stretches of land now covered in sand were once a thriving island state, until Atlantis was destroyed by a devastating tsunami.
Plato says in one fateful night, the entire city sunk and was located in an impassable mud and disappeared. Meaning it's not something that happened over a long period of time. He's talking about a cataclysmic, catastrophic end to the city.
To Freund, it's just a matter of time until he finds the first piece of evidence here in southern Spain. And indeed, the location of Doñana National Park matches Plato's description astonishingly well.
Plato says it's located by the Pillars of Hercules. The Pillars of Hercules was known by ancient mariners as being a very specific spot. So it's not located in Africa or India or Asia. It's located by the Pillars of Hercules, which today we call the Strait of Gibraltar.
Doñana National Park is about 80 kilometers northwest of Gibraltar. During the antiquity, the prominent rocks on the European and African side mark the end of the known world.
In the antiquity, this whole area of the Doñana was an open bay. You had this big, massive open bay where ships could come in and ships could go out to the Atlantic and into the Mediterranean. This was the end of the earth for almost every single ancient mariner.
Freund believes that ships used to be able to navigate through what we know today as marshland. If you imagine it with canals and ring-shaped islands, it looks just like Plato's descriptions of Atlantis.
So this really is the place. You're looking at ground zero in these dunes. The ocean, the dunes, and the location of the city.
Atlantis could be very real. In fact, there could be multiple Atlantises. Plato places it where the Atlantic opens out into the Mediterranean. And typically, huge cities with lots of wealth grow up in places that control this kind of a strait. We think of Troy or Constantinople. So in some ways, it's kind of hard to imagine that there wouldn't have been a great city there.
Plato claims he received his information from an ancestor who described the Atlanteans as a superior civilization with vast expertise in weapons technology and metalwork. Not far from the national park, there is a place that could reveal more about Atlantis. a building 5,000 years old, made of massive stones. The unusual monument is discovered and excavated during construction works in the 1920s. It's a Neolithic tomb site and provides a glimpse into a fascinating culture. Archaeologist Claudio Lozano is keen on finding out more about the people who once lived here. The finds from the dolmen bring up many questions. In the stone there are engravings and incisions. Could these maybe be star maps like the ones used by seafarers? How the weapons were depicted, which were most likely made of metal, is even more intriguing.
What makes this dolmen special is that most of the stone pillars were decorated with pictograms. And here we see they depict weapons, metal weapons.
Do these pictures date back to the time when the burial site was built? Or were they added to the stones at a later date? Plato did mention a rare metal in Atlantis. Is the dolmen the Atlantean survivors' claim to immortality? The dolmen is proof of a highly functional and progressive settlement in southern Spain dating back more than 5,000 years. Early civilizations almost exclusively settled near water. Archaeological finds are particularly common along coastlines and rivers.
Water is the source of life. Humans need water to drink, they need water to cook, to farm, and water also provides transport. It's why water really is the cradle of civilization, and most successful civilizations sprang up near sources of water.
To find traces of ancient civilizations, you have to know where rivers used to run. Huelva Port, early morning. A research catamaran is waiting for Claudio Lozano and his team. They want to have a closer look at the sea floor in front of the Doñana National Park. Over thousands of years, the coastline has changed dramatically. Water covers what once was land, with rivers running through it. Is this the location of Plato's Atlantis, the city beyond the Pillars of Hercules?
We're now following the coastline towards a stretch of sea across from the Rio Piedras. The place we're headed to used to be the estuary of this river, somewhere between 9,000 and 10,000 BC.
10,000 years ago, the coastline was about 125 meters further west. Claudio Lozano hopes his search for old river channels will help him find former settlements, or ideally, the ruins of Atlantis.
We've been here a couple of times, but we want to take a closer look at this particular spot. And this time we're using a high-precision sonar. This spot is perpendicular to the coastline and is exactly where the estuary was.
Maritime archaeologist Claudio Lozano and soil investigation expert Miguel Gonzalez hope to finally come up with solid evidence. Their sensitive sonar device picks up even the slightest elevations on the ocean floor. This also allows them to find river channels that are thousands of years old.
This is where we choose the frequency.
If they find proof of these former estuaries, it could point to an ancient civilization. Advanced civilizations like Atlantis always built their cities close to water.
This broad perspective on the sea floor shows us exactly what it looks like and where there are shapes pointing to a former estuary. This case is a perfect example. It's obvious that this used to be a riverbed. Now it's covered by ocean floor. It's filled with sediments, but the sonar allows us to detect the riverbed below the ocean floor. Examining these riverbeds is key. Getting closer to the riverbeds means we're getting closer to where people built their settlements.
The site they're looking for is almost 2 kilometers off the coast. Does the sea floor have something to show us? Diving is the only way to find out. They're looking for an ancient riverbed, hoping to maybe even find the remains of a settlement. The researchers look for geological clues. Nature leaves its marks even after 10,000 years. The divers find pebbles on the ocean floor that were clearly brought there by rivers, showing that this floor wasn't always covered by the sea. A success for Claudio Lozano and his team. They've found the estuary of a long-forgotten river, and therefore maybe also a first glimpse into a human settlement. But they're still a long way from finding actual proof that Atlantis existed in southern Spain. The searchers won't give up. Richard Freund's hypothesis that Atlantis was a powerful harbor city near Gibraltar remains one of several possibilities.
Atlantis has become a kind of repository in our imagination for all these lost lands that were before a flood or some ancient forgotten place. And there are very real cities that were lost to coastlines and the flooding that would have happened there. It's possible that Atlantis is a kind of combination of real lost places and some mythical notion of a time before time.
Santorini, an island in the Aegean Sea, has been of interest to those looking for Atlantis for a while now. Over 3,600 years ago, a devastating eruption shook the island. Near Kameni is in the center of the caldera. To geologist Evi Nomiku, this is the epicenter of the catastrophe that sealed the fate of all living beings for kilometers around, an event that left its traces on history.
Nea Kameni has been created due to the fact that it has many different volcanic centers that gives lava.
We don't know of any other eruption more destructive than the one in the 16th century BC. It affected all civilizations across the eastern Mediterranean and even destroyed the Minoan culture on Crete, some 200 kilometers away. Some believe that Atlantis actually is Crete.
Two great civilizations existed around the Greek islands of Crete and Santorini, the Cycladic and the Minoan cultures. They were related to each other, and they shared some similarities with the Atlanteans as described by Plato. So there's every chance that they were actually related to those people.
The volcanic eruption on Santorini triggers a tsunami, wiping out all inhabited coastal regions in the eastern Mediterranean. The northern hemisphere faces several years of winter. The Minoan Empire on Crete ceases to exist. An actual natural catastrophe. Is this the origin of the legend of Atlantis? Efi Nomiku is looking for traces of a lost advanced civilization on Santorini. She's heading to the Akrotiri excavation site. Together with Ioannis Bitis, an architect, Efi visits the remains of a settlement once covered by volcanic ash. These cultural artifacts were hidden for thousands of years and weren't discovered until 1967. Archaeologists are staggered by what they find here. buildings several stories high with sophisticated details. This level of advancement can only be attributed to the Atlanteans, according to Plato.
The special thing is that we have the chance to have a very good preservation of the artifacts and of the architecture of a prehistoric city. The ash that covered all the entire city helped all the materials and the buildings to survive until our times.
The architectural style in Akrotiri is not typical for antiquity. Large windows and up to 3 stories high, toilets inside buildings. These must have been the homes of affluent people.
The lavatory is quite a surprise for the archaeologists because usually we found these kind of places outside of the houses. Instead, here we have already, 3,000 years ago, the mentality of placing the lavatory inside the building.
They also found beautiful murals showing women with precious jewels. What happened to these people? Were the residents of Akrotiri able to escape on boats? By the time the eruption hits the city, everyone has already gone.
Here we can see a building, only 1 floor, okay, that has been covered completely by the huge volume of pumice. So just in front of us, at the bottom, you can distinguish the first layer of the Minoan eruption. Up to now, we didn't find any bodies, so we do believe that the people escaped before the last phase, before the Minoan eruption started to be very destructive.
No dead bodies and no signs of survivors. Just impressive evidence of a lost civilization. The finds are preserved in the prehistoric museum in the island's capital, Fira. Kostas Sakavaris might be the greatest expert when it comes to these artifacts and their history. Proudly, he presents a table.
So this is the plaster cast of a very elaborate piece of furniture. It shows us the sophistication level of this ancient society, because it's a piece that very much reminds us also of modern pieces.
The wood of the table burned in the heat of the eruption. All that remains is a detailed cast. Thousands of objects tell the story of an incredibly rich city that disappeared.
This is foreign pottery that was found in Akrotiri.
Okay.
So we have Aegina, we have Greek mainland, we have also islands, nearby islands like Kea or Naxos,
okay,
or even a little bit farther islands, Kos, Dodecanese region,
yeah,
and definitely Crete, which was a superpower of its time.
Yeah.
The collection even contains objects from the Middle East and Egypt. Little boxes for perfumes, jewelry, and artistic vases.
It tells us that this is an affluent society that had covered its very basic survival needs and had an appetite also for some luxury wear, exotic stuff that was brought from other places.
So it seems to be that the place in Akrotiri, or the Atlantic city, was the center of that civilization. So it seems to be a commercial center of the Eastern Mediterranean.
A fresco that was well preserved also points to the importance of trade. The image has scientists' heads turning. Does it depict Atlantis? Many details match. A large fleet, the capital surrounded by water and red rocks, just as Plato describes it. Red rocks can be seen on Santorini to this day. Are they leading us to Atlantis?
All these rocks are very old rocks, and they have not been covered by the Minoan deposits. You can see that the red scoria is full of iron, okay? And from the frescoes, you can imagine that the port, a separate port, was also located in this area.
Astonishing parallels. Did the heart of the story of Atlantis take place here on Santorini? A port from which residents escaped when the volcano erupted?
I do think that Atlantis existed. Yes, it's a very good story, but all of the great stories do have an element of truth deep down inside them.
But one thing doesn't add up in the Santorini theory. According to Plato, Atlantis is located beyond the Pillars of Hercules, behind Gibraltar. Researchers and explorers are looking for Atlantis almost everywhere in the world. In the Bahamas, in Brazil, in the Canary Islands, in the North Sea, or on Sri Lanka. Central America is among the top candidates. The founding myth of the Aztecs is said to contain clues. It refers to a mythical place called Aztlan, and it's not just a name that bears a striking resemblance to Atlantis. Aztlan is also said to have been located on an island. In the 14th century, the Aztecs built their huge capital Tenochtitlan in a lake in Mexico. Are they reminiscing about their sunken hometown of Atlantis? But how would Greek philosopher Plato have come to hear about a story from Central America almost 2,000 years before Columbus?
One of the reasons why Atlantis is so curious and fascinating has to do with the way it may or may not play into ancient civilizations. And if it does play a role, it's probably as this seafaring culture that's extended across a kind of nodal network. The other thing about Atlantis is that it represents a time before the flood, just like Eden. So it's kind of this mythic memory of an ancient past.
Michael Ertl thinks he knows where Atlantis is located. On his YouTube channel, he spends his time investigating great myths. Ertl believes Atlantis was discovered a long time ago in a place that's now far away from the sea.
Hello and welcome to a new episode on my YouTube channel. Today we're looking into the theory of Atlantis and whether this city really existed. Or is it just a legend? Well, today we're going to get to the bottom of this question. It's been investigated many times, and some believe this ancient civilization was based in Santorini or somewhere along the Spanish coast. But today we want to talk about a structure that was first discovered in 1965 during the Gemini 4 mission. It can only really be seen from space and is located in Western Africa. It is called the Eye of the Sahara, or the Richard structure.
There's a rock formation in Mauritania in Western Africa that really looks like an eye, or like the island city of Atlantis. In the beginning, experts believed this structure was a crater from a meteor, but nothing points to an impact. Michael Ertl sees another parallel to Atlantis.
In his works, Plato writes that Atlantis consisted of 3 rings of water and 2 rings of land, and we can actually see this here, the central island, the first and second rings of land, separated by rings of water. So in total there are 3 aquatic rings and 2 terrestrial rings. But of course, we're still left wondering whether this is a natural structure or one that is man-made.
An island city without any water? But this area wasn't always a desert. In the last ice age, there were rivers and freshwater lakes in northern Africa. Ertl shows us footage from an expedition to the Eye of the Sahara. If you're standing inside the rings, they look like mountain ranges. Only once you're far away are you able to imagine this area was once inhabited. An important discovery, a well. To this day, caravans take a break in the Eye of the Sahara to fill up on their water supply. Could a well like this also have been the Atlanteans' freshwater source? And how is it possible that this structure in the Sahara points to the home of a once great naval power? Michael Ertl subscribes to the theory that the sea level was much higher 10,000 years ago and only dropped after the last ice age. Simulating the sea level over time, Ertl notices something.
If you raise the sea level to 425 meters, you can see clearly that this structure, as Plato described, has a natural opening in the south, so boats could go in and out.
Atlantis in the Sahara, geologists debunked the theory. The ring-shaped mountains were caused by volcanic forces. They were not man-made.
There are a lot of supernatural theories out there, and you've got to locate them somewhere. Atlantis serves as a kind of blank screen onto which we can project these ideas, these stories of fallen civilizations, aliens, you name it.
Atlantis fuels people's imagination and ambition. If someone were to find Plato's city, they would be famous around the world. Dieter Bremer is captivated by a completely new theory. If you read Plato's original text correctly, he says you shouldn't look for Atlantis on Earth.
Well, I would look for Atlantis where Plato said it was. One often wonders, what is the Atlantean Sea? It reminds me of the Titan Atlas, who carried the sky. So, following this logic, the Atlantean Sea could also be considered the Celestial Sea.
The former chemical engineer is looking for Atlantis from the perspective of technology. He believes that the Atlanteans were far more progressive than any other ancient civilization, literally supernatural.
Based on my findings, Atlantis was a concentric ring system in the sky, revolving around itself. This means it was a generational spacecraft, a mothership, a huge space station that was home to a civilization. And these people visited Earth, astronauts that were so technologically advanced that they must have seemed like gods to the Stone Age humans on Earth.
Atlantis, a circular space station in orbit? Bremer's hypothesis builds on the idea of ancient astronauts, which was made famous by writer Erich von Däniken. According to this theory, there were astronaut gods who gave knowledge and technology to humanity, namely in the form of crystal energy. Some believe that this also explains the Egyptian pyramids and hieroglyphs.
The theory involving ancient astronauts is popular among esoterics. This is where Atlantis fits in. These people claim that Atlantis, just like the pyramids or the Nazca lines, has been created by extraterrestrials because they simply cannot fathom that ancient people were able to create such advanced things.
Dieter Bremer thinks he's found evidence corroborating his theory in various ancient civilizations. Are they depicting space stations?
I can see elements of Atlantis in many concentric ring systems or systems consisting of a ring and a cross. You can find similar traditions everywhere in the world.
Atlantis in space? We likely won't find any artifacts out there. A critical interpretation of Plato's text could also be worthwhile. Is the author even trying to describe a real place? He's writing about a war between Atlantis and Athens.
Plato creates Atlantis as the arrogant, overconfident monarchy which threatens the survival of his ideal state, represented by ancient Athens. It's an allegory which contrasts the arrogance and overbearing state of the monarchy with the ideal nation-state, democracy, as described by Plato. In a way, Plato's asking us to think about our ideas about power and government.
That means Atlantis is only an allegory used to illustrate the victory of democracy over monarchy.
If the battles between Athens and Atlantis truly did take place, there would be more testimonies than just Plato's. Because unlike Troy and Delphi, Atlantis is not featured in any recorded history.
Could it be that Atlantis is just pure fiction? A tale from ancient Greece? many researchers think Plato's descriptions are too realistic for that to be true. Richard Freund firmly believes in the existence of an ancient superpower destroyed by a natural catastrophe. He says a tsunami in Doñana National Park in southern Spain put an end to the capital's brilliant presence. According to his theory, the tsunami washed away the city. A picture taken from space reinforces his theory. Satellite images seem to show strange patterns. Do they point to Atlantis? Plato describes a harbor city with 3 circular basins, even providing exact measurements. Do they match the structures in the satellite images? Is the rectangular shape in the center the foundation of Poseidon's Atlantean temple? A local inspection in the mostly uninhabited Doñana National Park. At the very highest point, the Cerro del Trigo, Richard Freund describes how the search for Atlantis here in Spain became his mission in life.
Now, what's interesting about all the years that we did this work is that it all started with this space photography from the 1980s. You could see rectangles, circles, straight lines, and all of these don't occur in nature. We need evidence of massive building inside the park. Then, together with the textual information, together with the photography, maybe we could say that this is the best location.
Excavations started in the middle of the park in 1920, but were never finished. Today, the area is protected. New excavations, impossible. The site looks just as archaeologists left it 100 years ago. Richard Freund and his son Ethan are looking for clues. A rock is sticking out of the ground. Or is it a piece of masonry, maybe dating back to the Bronze Age? It would be the first real piece of evidence Richard Freund can use to support his Atlantis theory. Will years of work finally pay off?
We're going to measure this edge, and then I want to just measure this edge. This is a right angle. There are no right angles in nature. This is something that was man-made.
5 meters long, almost a perfect right angle. Freund hopes to have found the outer walls of a large building.
So we have one clear section of the wall. What's very specific about this is this stone looks like it's been cut. It reflects human activity because it has right angles. Right angles only appear in human activity, not in nature.
A stone that looks like a wall. A single but valuable piece of evidence. Freund wants to believe it.
So you can see the same kinds of shells that we saw out on the beach. And they're embedded in this marl that's attached to the rock, which is not indigenous to this area. So this was all brought in, and you can see that it's all part of a massive rock that, with the marl on top, that was embedded in the earth right here.
Atlantis buried beneath the Spanish swamp. To Freund, this is more than a theory.
This is the last piece of the puzzle. You look at that and you say to yourself, what is it? Well, sometimes big things come in small packages. And this is a massive wall that is embedded in the sand. It's unlike anything else. And for all intents and purposes, there should be no major stone like that in this entire area. And yet it's there.
Spain or Santorini? Efi Nomikou is able to provide solid evidence of a big city on the island during antiquity, and that a volcanic explosion destroyed everything. Using a glove, she demonstrates how the explosion went down.
So imagine that this is the magmatic chamber of Santorini. It's full of magma and it's beneath Santorini volcano. So what we are going to do, we will show how the Atlantis disappeared.
Hundreds of meters underneath the surface, the pressure inside the magma chamber continues to rise.
This is Atlantis, just at the top of the volcanic cone of the Pre-Kameni island.
The eruption empties the chamber. It collapses and brings everything down with it.
There's a huge caldera, but Atlantis had been disappeared under the very many layers of sediments.
Is the ancient city on Santorini really Atlantis? The evidence is still too scant. Evi Nomikou and her colleague Othonas Vlasopoulos want to take a closer look at the mega crater. The volcano is largely immersed in the sea.
So this is a small robot. This is a small ROV. We call it as Jason. And we will explore the seafloor very close near Kameni just to see the morphology of the lava that is cooling down on the seafloor.
8 engines and 3 cameras.
Tucano, I'm doing slowly.
The robot takes over for the divers and provides high-resolution images. Jason passes by lava solidified quite some time ago. The seafloor has been shaped by a powerful volcanic event.
The shape. Okay.
And at last, a discovery.
Oh, Evie, come and see something.
Okay, wait. Need to be extra careful. Okay, so.
Have a look at this.
Wow, what are these?
It feels like steps, something like that.
Yeah, definitely, these are steps, but can you move towards to this side?
Yes.
Underwater stairs? Could they belong to a former harbor? To Efi Nomikou, these images are another step on the way to finding Atlantis. But they will need to conduct more dives to find out whether these steps are man-made or a product of nature.
I believe that there was a magic city just in the middle of the caldera, and that city has been destroyed completely. But we need to search more and explore more. And when we find some evidence from the seafloor, not something that we will find on land, then I will be completely sure that Santorini was Atlantis.
Was Plato describing a real city and an actual catastrophe after all? Is there at least some truth to his story? If there is, there must be traces.
No culture, no civilization like the size of Atlantis could ever be totally destroyed. So we question what happened to the survivor.
Are the descendants of the Atlanteans still living among us? Will we ever find real proof?
One thing is certain, so advanced is modern historical research and modern archaeology that if it did exist, we'd definitely be able to find it. So we just need to keep looking and to keep digging.
Or does it turn out that Atlantis is nothing but a myth? A message from Plato warning us not to be too greedy and arrogant.
We are still fascinated by the myth of Atlantis because it's about the destruction of an advanced civilization. Today, we think we're at the peak of our civilization, but what Atlantis shows us is that even we are vulnerable. It's a terrifying story, but one that we are actually attracted to.
An allegory for a downfall, or an echo of a real civilization. Atlantis remains an unsolved mystery. Water, a force of nature. Apocalyptic floods, events etched in the collective memory of humanity. The Great Flood. Is there any truth behind this?
The myth of the Great Flood could have been influenced by all sorts of natural phenomena.
Explanations echoing age-old fears.
The Earth burst, as can be read in countless records worldwide. The Earth burst.
The Bible offers hope for a life after the Great Flood. Noah's Ark. God instructs him to save all creatures, 2 of every kind.
If Noah existed, it's definitely possible we could find his ark.
Scientists want evidence of a wooden ark and a great flood. Is there any truth behind the myth of the Great Flood? The great myths of mankind. Mysteries passed on over thousands of years. Inexplicable events, places shrouded in legend, and superhuman heroes. Even scientists are fascinated. Is there any truth to these ancient legends? Researchers across the globe are working hard to solve the greatest mysteries of our time. Torrential rain, seas rising to dramatic levels. The Great Flood threatens all living beings. It's one of the oldest stories in the Bible. The danger posed by water is not imaginary. Storm surges, tsunamis, and extreme precipitation after drought periods wreak havoc. One of the reasons for these events is man-made, global warming.
This leads to severe droughts, extreme precipitation events, major heat waves. It also brings about extremely cold temperatures and heavy snowfalls. It seems counterintuitive, but these extreme weather events are becoming increasingly frequent.
The biblical Great Flood is portrayed as a consequence of human behavior too. God is furious with humanity and wants to drown the sinful world in a drenching rain. Only Noah and his family are to be saved. God tells them to build a large ship 3 stories high. He orders Noah to bring his family and at least 1 couple of every animal species. It rains for 40 days and 40 nights, until all mountains on the planet have been swallowed up by the flood. The earth remains covered with water for 150 days. Noah's Ark is the only one to defy the apocalypse. He, his family, and the animals survive on their wooden life raft. When the rain eventually stops and water recedes, Noah releases a dove. It returns with an olive branch, a sign of land. God promises Noah he will never ravage earth with a flood again, and sends a rainbow as a symbol of their covenant. Noah, his family, and the animals begin repopulating the planet.
At the time of the Great Floods, people must have interpreted them as punishment for some great wrongdoing, simply because of the sheer destruction and the ferocity of the floods. People put a story and myth upon the floods because they did not understand them and could not control them. Many myths come about because of our desire to control what is going on around us, so we endow things such as floods with magical powers.
Researchers believe the biblical story of the Great Flood was first documented in the 6th century BC. Did real catastrophes serve as inspiration to the authors? One lead brings us to the Black Sea. The region is believed to have witnessed what might have been the biggest flood in history. Professor Petko Dimitrov has been looking for evidence since the 1980s. His team takes sediment samples off the Bulgarian coast. They're hoping to find proof that the Black Sea used to be much smaller and surrounded by settlements that were flooded in a natural catastrophe. The scientists think they have discovered riverbeds and former coastlines in the sea sediment. Dimitrov gets in touch with a team of US geologists, Bill Ryan and Walter Pittman, who have something similar in mind. Their theory is that the Black Sea once was a freshwater lake. They believe that the end of the last ice age caused the sea levels to rise when all the glaciers melted. However, shortly thereafter, the water level in the Black Sea basin dropped again to about 60 meters below the Mediterranean sea level. This resulted in a cataclysmic flood. Water from the Mediterranean pushed into the Black Sea basin with a force 200 times that of the Niagara Falls. Bulgaria of today, the port of Varna. A team of the Black Sea Research Fund sets out from here to search for traces of this monster flood. The scientists are firm believers in Dimitrov, Ryan and Pittman's theory. They want to reconstruct the flooding of the Black Sea.
One of the great questions about the flood is when the flood happened. There are various of questions. The three main questions are where the flood happened, when the flood happened, how dramatic the flood was.
Konstantin Sterev believes that the Black Sea was once a freshwater lake below the Mediterranean sea level.
The world ocean level started rising, and it rose probably 60 meters above the level of the Black Sea, and only the Bosphorus was the barrier between the world ocean and the lake.
Konstantin Sterev and his team are hoping to find evidence of settlements along the shores of the Black Sea, dating back to a time before the flood. The water here is shallow, and new objects are often uncovered.
We're trying to find the villages, natural formation, which create possible habitats for the ancient people.
Did a flood destroy the settlements in this region? One thing's for sure, more than 7,500 years ago, the soil here was fertile. Archaeological finds have confirmed this. Petko Dimitrov's divers recovered sensational objects just decades ago. Dimitrov even refers to one of them as Noah's plate.
This plate was found near the coast of Varna in 1986 by our submarine at a depth of 93 meters. The plate was buried in the sand, and after we brought it out, we tried to determine its age. It turned out that the plate was carved from a sandstone.
But Noah's village hasn't been found yet. The researchers continue searching the bed of the Black Sea for settlement remains. Each and every rock tells a story.
We are looking for stones like this, which is very firm sandstone. That stone doesn't decay and doesn't erode quickly, so it creates natural habitats. And if you find large plates of this stone, sometimes under the water, this means that that could be ancient underwater village.
The researchers are hoping to find conclusive evidence of human civilization too. Suddenly, Konstantin Sterev spots something.
I think it could be, from what I see, sort of remains from melting metal process. Because you see there are some cells here, and it's heavy, but not that heavy. So when you melt metal, you know, the slag,
the material that remains, which is carbon. See, it's very dark. It would be carbon from the coal with a little bit of leftovers of the metal. But we'll see in a lab.
Every finding brings him and his team one step closer to the time before the Great Flood.
We're trying to figure out where the settlements are. Then, if we find accidentally an object, we give it to the archaeologists and we say, okay, we found that place. That's the place. That place looks like very, very suitable for a settlement. And we found this. So come here, just make a proper digging and discover the gold treasure of Atlantis or something.
The next morning in Varna, the researchers are looking for geological traces of a sudden flood caused by huge masses of water streaming in from the Mediterranean.
In our theory, the 60-meter deviation between the two levels was enough to make the flood really, really dramatic.
At the end of the last ice age, roughly 10,000 years ago, the sea levels rose. The levels of the Black Sea, however, lowered again. And that's when the Mediterranean Sea broke through the land bridge at today's Bosporus, according to certain theories. Konstantin Sterev and his team take soil samples from the different layers of sediment. Using a hoist crane, they lower the steel pipe into the water to extract the samples. They're convinced the sediment samples will prove this was once a freshwater lake. They dig deep, into the sediment and into the past. Natural catastrophes leave unambiguous traces in the rock layers of our planet. A flood the likes of the great biblical drenching would have destroyed the very foundation that all life forms needed to survive.
The myth of the Great Flood could have been influenced by all sorts of natural phenomena. Volcanic eruptions, tsunamis, earthquakes. It's all entirely plausible.
Did a disastrous flood strike the Black Sea? Is this the origin of the myth of the Great Flood? The Black Sea Research Fund team take a soil sample from the sediment layers and find what they were looking for.
This is all the freshwater sediment, which is light gray. And that part, which is very dark and full of organic matter, is after the flood, when all the living organisms in the ex-freshwater lake died and then just deposited on the bottom.
There's a clear line in the sediments separating pre-flood freshwater from post-flood saltwater layers. The researchers date this flood to about 5,600 BC. Could the Black Sea disaster have been the historical event that inspired the biblical Great Flood? The researchers extract samples from the mud. Microorganisms and fossils offer a glimpse into the past. The small samples are sent to the lab to determine the date of the sediments with more precision. But first insights could already be obtained. The transition from fresh to salt water happened around the 6th millennium BC, a time when people were already building settlements along the Black Sea coast. The end of the Ice Age was their demise.
The objective of our research is to define the age and type of these sediments. We are looking at a time frame of somewhere within the last 25,000 years. This natural catastrophe, the flood, happened between the Pleistocene and the Holocene epochs. Our evidence seems to indicate that this event might have been what is commonly referred to as the Great Flood.
Before the flood, there were settlers here. Did the stories from the survivors help shape the myth of the Great Flood? In 1972, archaeologists came across a necropolis, a huge field of tombs near Varna. Their finds are sensational. They dig up the largest and oldest amount of handled gold in the world. This gold baffles scientists because it dates back to the 5th millennium BC. They didn't think there were any highly evolved cultures in the region at this time. Does this bear testimony to a civilization that survived the flood? What's the story behind the gold? It has found a new home in the Varna Archaeological Museum. The museum stores over 3,000 gold objects. Only a few people know more about these gold objects than Christos Smolenov. He studied them for years and has gained impressive insights. Grave number 43, the grave of a high priest, a tribal chief, or even a king. It's loaded with grave treasures made of pure gold. The most remarkable aspect, however, is that the gold was processed with great craftsmanship.
Now look how important this is. How strange to find this gold cylinder fitting the inner circle of this biconic bracelet, which has been made in a fantastic way. You cannot see it being welded anywhere. Look, it's a fantastic object. Obviously, in this epoch that we are used to call prehistory, a great civilization had existed. And it was the mother civilization of all European cultures, and also of the great Sumerian culture, and of course of the greater Egyptian one.
To Smolenov, the measurements of the gold objects are a testament to this culture's superiority. Each piece was made with great precision, and Smolenov believes that this was more than just jewelry. He proves his theory with a 7,000-year-old gold plate. Smolenov has calculated that the diagonal to edge length ratio of the plate matches the proportions of the Great Pyramid, which was built 2,000 years later.
Some of my colleagues, who are pure archaeologists, would rather look at those gold artifacts as jewelry. I'm rather of the opinion that this gold plate is rather the first computer, or a kind of information carrier, which helps model significant proportions, because the thinking and the creativity of those primeval geniuses was based on understanding and usage of proportions.
Gold and knowledge about mathematical proportions. Christos Smolenov is convinced of one thing, that there was a civilization along the Black Sea, and it survived the flood. This culture may have served to influence later civilizations, and is still a testimony to the fact that highly developed knowledge existed before our time. People may have spread the flood myth around the whole world, and also in flourishing regions in Mesopotamia. It's likely that many places around the globe were flooded at the end of the Ice Age, but the stories from the Black Sea are particularly dramatic.
The myth of a great flood, I think, has survived for so long because it would have been such a traumatic experience for so many people. And that kind of experience gets burned in people's memories and passed down from generation to generation, almost as a warning of what might happen.
Mesopotamia, the land of the two rivers, between the Euphrates and Tigris, is a perfect place for large settlements. However, floods threaten this region every year. Do these real experiences line up with the mega catastrophe in the Black Sea region?
The theory championed for many years is that the flooding of Mesopotamia was linked to the great flooding of their rivers, the Euphrates and the Tigris, and in Egypt to the annual deluge of the Nile. These floods were crucial because they gave people life, but at the same time, they would have been terrifying, and it's very possible that those floods were exaggerated.
In the 6th century BC, Babylon was a regional superpower, conquering Judea and forcing the intellectual upper-class Israelites into what's known as the Babylonian exile, where parts of the Old Testament were written. This way, Babylonian stories found their way into the Bible. Berlin, Museum of the Ancient Near East. Curator Juliana Euler watches over the treasures of the oldest civilizations of humanity. The famous Ishtar Gate once was part of the city walls of Babylon. Juliana Euler does research on flood reports older than the Bible. Cuneiform texts unearthed in the 19th century tell a remarkably similar story.
The authority of the Bible texts was put to the test when we found the same story with slight differences on cuneiform tablets, which were significantly older.
An earlier version of the Great Flood narrative can be found in the Epic of Gilgamesh, which was written 1,000 years before the Bible. The epic tells of King Gilgamesh, who came across the Babylonian Noah, Utnapishtim. Just like Noah, Utnapishtim survived the flood because a god warned him and told him to save his family and all animals. There are thousands of age-old cuneiform tablets in the depot of this Berlin museum. Juliana Euler wants to take a closer look at one of them. Does it tell the story copied in the Bible 1,000 years later?
Some of those tablets referencing the Great Flood are actually right here in Berlin.
Before the tablet can be examined, a conservator has to check its stability.
Die sind alle mit Salz belastet und
there are salt deposits in all of these. If the climate isn't right, through efflorescence, these salts can break off small pieces.
Kleine Stückchen absprengen.
The tablet is digitized using a 3D scanner. Afterwards, the tablet no longer needs to be taken from the depot for further examination. A great advantage. Engineer Fanet Gertlich calibrates the scanner. 2 cameras and a light source capture the object. Based on distortions of different size stripe patterns across the tablet, 3D image points are calculated. The result pops up on the screen, a digital model of a 3,000-year-old tablet. Where's the excerpt about the end of the flood? The dove is the key. Noah releases it in the Bible too.
Look, there it is. Do you see it?
Ja, hier.
There's the dove.
Da ist die Taube.
And there's the determiner for bird, a suffix, Tutmuschen.
All flood stories show parallels, featuring similar elements time and again. The water recedes, land appears, and the dove brings an olive branch. Noah, his family, and the animals repopulate the earth. A strikingly similar tale was told in Babylon many centuries before the Bible was written. Myths pointing to primordial aquatic catastrophes can be found in many places around the planet. The creation story of the Australian Aborigines features a giant flood. It's preceded by an extreme drought which ends when a raging current splashes out of the mouth of a frog, flooding the whole world. In the mythology of India, the fish Matsya asks King Manu to build an ark and to save 7 wise men. The Icelandic saga collection Edda also tells of a global flood. Only the giant Bergelmir and his wife managed to survive in a hollow tree trunk. Do all these stories come from the same flood?
When you look at the horizon, things come to a point, and the same thing happens when you look back in history. And so when you look back, all the great floods kind of come together into a single notion of a gargantuan flood. So we're talking about the melting of the glaciers, the annual floods of the early cities, maybe even the flooding of the Black Sea, the loss of cities to the coastlines. All these floods can get mixed together on the horizon of time to become a great flood.
The parallels to the biblical Great Flood are striking. The myth of the Greek Deucalion could be based on a real-life event. According to tradition, Zeus, the father of the gods, decides to wipe out spoiled humanity. Titan Prometheus knows what Zeus is planning and tells his son Deucalion to build a ship. When the rain starts falling, Deucalion and his wife Pyrrha board the wooden chest. While all of Greece is flooded, only the righteous Deucalion and his wife survive the catastrophe. The story takes us back to reality, to Santorini, the volcanic island in the Aegean Sea. Volcano expert Evi Nomikou knows the Minoan eruption, which took place 3,600 years ago, was a catastrophe with devastating consequences. A volcanic eruption that hit the entire eastern Mediterranean region.
At the last phase of the Minoan eruption, we had huge pyroclastic flows that enter violently into the sea and generate a tsunami. So this tsunami destroyed the Minoan cities that they are located at the northern part of Crete, like Knossos. So we can definitely say that the Minoan civilization has started to decline due to the Minoan eruption.
Did the demise of the Minoans also fuel the biblical flood myth?
There probably is a core of truth to any stories about the Great Flood. Certainly there is evidence from geology and archaeology that great floods did affect different populations at different times. And certainly if you imagine that you're existing during that time and this enormous destructive force hit your village or your town, you would feel the need to explain it, to try and control it, and therefore would have built a story around it. So, as with all myths, there is a grain of truth to the Great Flood.
In Hollywood, the Great Flood is a source of endless inspiration. Catastrophes, destruction, doomsday, usually followed by a rescue scene carried out by virtuous heroes. The flood myth, the legend is alive. It also stirs the imagination of countless amateur scientists, like Dieter Bremer. He believes the Great Flood was a real and catastrophic event.
The Earth burst, as can be read in countless records worldwide. The Earth burst.
The former chemical engineer has a theory. The Earth used to be much smaller than it is today.
When the Earth fractured and solidified, it was covered completely by a granitic crust. The planet couldn't have been more than half its current size.
But then a celestial object hit the Earth, piercing through its outer layer.
I can't know for sure whether it was an asteroid or a comet. as some other sources suggest. But I do know that a celestial body crashed into the Earth with incredible force, breaking open its crust and allowing the enormous pressure on the inside to escape. The water that was previously in the Earth was pushed out and later fell back on the Earth as the water of the Great Flood.
Dieter Bremer wants to demonstrate his theory. In a first step, he boils water to 100 degrees Celsius. When he removes the pot from the stove, vapor continues to escape for a few seconds. As a second step, the water is heated to 120 degrees Celsius. A pressure cooker represents the Earth, covered by granite and under pressure. Inside the cooker, high pressure builds up and steam takes much longer to escape from the cooker than it would under normal pressure. Could high pressure have been the cause of the Great Flood?
According to the Bible, water poured from the skies for 40 days. And we see the reason here. There are huge amounts of water within all the Earth's layers, either dissolved in the magma or in the transition zone between the upper and the lower mantle. And if the lithosphere cracked open and the pressure dropped, the water shot up without any additional heat, like here, because it already was extremely hot. A steam pillar shot up to the sky where it turned into condensed water, which then fell back down towards Earth.
According to Bremer, the hot vaporous pillars shot into the air for days. The water released in this process caused the Great Flood. Later, the continents are said to have drifted apart and the oceans were formed. Bremer's theory contradicts all geological research findings, but it reflects the unfathomable aspects linked to the Great Flood myth to this day. The whole world is underwater. The only survivors are on the Ark. A complete reset for all terrestrial life. Is such a cataclysmic event physically possible to begin with? The answer is no. According to the Bible, the highest mountains were covered in water. This would require some 4.5 billion cubic kilometers of water, roughly 3 times the amount of water the world's oceans contain. So is it really just a myth? One thing is for sure, floods mark the real human experience. To this day, torrential rain, tsunamis, and tornadoes cause dramatic damage. Every year, horrific images make headlines. It's the biggest natural catastrophe of our time, the tsunami in Asia on Boxing Day 2004. The deadly waves rush away from the epicenter within hours. They're so powerful, they claim victims in places thousands of kilometers away. Around 230,000 lives are lost. Telegraph Hill in Potsdam is home to one of the oldest meteorological stations in Germany and to the Potsdam Institute for Climate Impact Research. Dr. Fred Hatteman analyzes why floods are becoming ever more extreme. He and his team run computer simulations with weather data from the whole world to create mathematical models. Their verdict: global warming results in weather changes across the planet.
Global warming has been skyrocketing since the 1970s. Since then, the average global temperature has risen by about 1 degree Celsius compared to pre-industrial times. In Germany, for example, it has even increased by 1.5 to 1.6 degrees.
What's particularly alarming is the fact that the melting glaciers in Antarctica and Greenland could possibly result in flood catastrophes. Sea levels have risen by more than 20 centimeters in the last 100 years alone. And the pace is picking up. Climate scientist Hatteman and physicist Anders Leverman work on models to predict the frequency of extreme weather events.
The ocean is expanding because it's getting warmer. This first happens in the upper masses of water and eventually trickles down to the lower layers. Over time, the entire ocean expands. The melting ice masses covering Greenland and Antarctica are also raising the sea levels.
But it's not only coastal regions that are facing floods. Heavy rainfalls are getting increasingly frequent everywhere.
Heavy rainfalls are also linked to global warming. The warmer it gets, the more water vapor the atmosphere can hold, and this vapor is then discharged in heavy precipitation events.
The scientific community no longer doubts that humans have a decisive impact on global warming. More frequent floods are a direct result of this. The new Great Flood is man-made. Dutchman Johan Huybers meets this threat with humor and entrepreneurship. He's reconstructed Noah's Ark. His manual, the first book of Moses.
I decided to build Noah's Ark, adhering to the exact measurements we find in the Bible. 300 cubits long, 50 cubits wide and 30 cubits high. That's a result.
Zie hier het resultaat.
Huybers builds factories. He can draw on this experience.
I feel deep respect for him. We've been working on this boat for 3 years now. It took Noah 120 years, and he had to saw all his wood himself. We could simply go and buy it at a factory. It's much easier for us to build a ship.
Reconstructions of the Ark, like Huybers, serve as biblical theme parks, and they even go on tour. They've made it to the Netherlands, Germany, and England. There's also a wooden ark in Kentucky, USA. It was built by evangelist Christians who believe the story happened exactly as the Bible says. But what do we know about the Ark? In the Bible, God instructs Noah to build it. But can it float? The German Maritime Museum in Bremerhaven. Friedrich Theiss is an expert on ancient ships and wants to know how people envisioned Noah's Ark. Artists have always been fascinated by the Ark. The construction is one of the most popular motifs, especially among Christian artists. They often depict Noah receiving God's order. But what does the Bible say about the design plans?
The Bible says the Ark, this wooden ship, was 300 cubits long, 50 cubits wide and 30 cubits high. We can convert these measurements, of course very carefully, to units we know today.
Friedrich Theiss and his team want to put the size of the Ark into perspective. The ships in the museum port look like toys compared to the proportions of the biblical craft. Theiss uses a camera drone to make his point.
All right, everyone, please step back so we can start.
The drone has to rise 100 meters into the air to show the surface the Ark would cover. – 134 meters, that's what the scripture says. A comparison, the schooner in the port is only 44 meters long. And the most famous ships in the world, the Santa Maria, the flagship of Columbus, was 19 meters long. The Titanic was 269 meters, and the largest modern cruise ship is 361 meters long. Today, however, ships are made of steel, increasing stability and proportions. But Noah's Ark was made of wood. If we believe the Bible, the survival of all terrestrial life depended on its seaworthiness. The biblical flood lasted many months. When the water receded, the Ark ran ashore on the mountains of Ararat. Could it still be there?
We found wood older than the dinosaurs, and so if Noah existed, it's definitely possible we could find his ark. And just because we can see all kinds of metaphorical meaning in the story and in the ark, it doesn't necessarily mean that there wasn't a literal version or example in some place and some time.
With an elevation of 5,137 meters, Mount Ararat is the highest mountain in today's Turkey. Could its peak be the first spot of land re-emerging from the Great Flood? Did the Ark end up here? The mountain has been a mecca for those looking for the Ark for a long time. In the summer of 1955, one of them seems to hit the jackpot. Frenchman Ferdinand Navarro finds a piece of wood in an ice crevasse. A plank from Noah's ship? Navarro has his 15 minutes of fame before he's exposed. He brought the plank to the mountain himself.
This is classic fake news. Mount Ararat is a key part of the puzzle for those who are trying to find the original Ark. And to suddenly find an ancient piece of timber, well, that's all rather convenient. And as historians, we must be aware of this and must be a little bit skeptical and not take everything at face value.
In 1959, another discovery is made. In the midst of the Cold War, US pilot Gregor Schwinghammer is on a mission at the USSR border. As he flies over Mount Ararat, he spots an unusual object.
It appeared to be a barge-like structure, a large boxcar type design, and it appeared to be sticking out of a mountain in a kind of a horseshoe depression, and it definitely appeared to be man-made.
He's not the only pilot to see structures on the mountain reminding of ships. Could this be Noah's Ark? Has the wood been preserved over thousands of years? Geologists examine the objects and conclude they're all just rocks. No Ark, but rather the result of volcanic activities at Mount Ararat. Back in Bremerhaven, historian Frederik Thijs wants to find out if the biblical Ark model is potentially seaworthy. Naval architect Mustafa Abdel Maksoud has created a computer model that allows him and Frederik Thijs to see whether the box-shaped Ark could be able to withstand such high waves.
This shape will make sure the ship doesn't sink and is able to withstand comparable water pressure or wave loading for a certain amount of time.
They build a simplified model for the experiment in the workshop of the Maritime Museum on a scale of 1 to 100. They paint the model with varnish to keep the water out. According to the Bible, Noah sealed his ship with tar. In the water tank, the model will reveal if the details provided in the Old Testament are reliable. Professor Abdel Maksoud and his team use simulations that show the properties of ships at sea.
We can already see here that the damping is very, very small. I don't know where we are at with the wave period, maybe already in the natural roll period, and then we can see very strong roll motions happening here.
Ship construction doesn't revolve around floatability alone. Ships have to be able to defy the forces of nature at all times. Would an ark like Noah's have been able to withstand the waves of a great flood?
Genau, also das komplette ist abnehmbar.
We can remove these parts and insert weights underneath.
Professor Abdel Maksoud examines the shape and structure. The weights simulate a realistic draft. The researchers position the model in the water. A ball in the basin creates waves of up to 60 centimeters, corresponding to roughly 60-meter-high waves for an original-sized ark. A very rough sea. The wave basin is often used for maritime rescue trainings. The staff of oil platforms or offshore wind parks prepare for emergencies here, saving someone from a helicopter that crashed into the water or someone who went overboard at night. The test of the Ark model begins, and indeed, the box shape described in the Bible can float, even as the sea gets rough.
It has a very low center of gravity, so it hardly moves and basically doesn't roll at all. It just moves with the long waves and actually remains quite stable.
What remains unclear is how a much larger ark could achieve the required level of stability. But the construction would be seaworthy.
What I find surprising is that a ship that's just drifting, with no propulsion and that is exposed to the waves at different angles, actually can handle the swell in the sea quite well.
Noah and his ark. In the Bible, it manages to save all terrestrial creatures from the Great Flood. In modern words, it conserves biodiversity. Preserving nature's wealth. Nowadays, the message behind the myth of the Great Flood is more poignant than ever. The Research Museum Alexander Koenig in Bonn, Germany, is committed to the task of building one of the largest collections of animal specimens. What's more, the basement of the museum is also home to a biobank. This repository will allow future generations of scientists to examine species that have gone extinct. Jonas Astrin looks after an entire world of frozen specimens.
The biobank is a collection of frozen samples which we use for molecular analysis. It contains DNA or tissue. These tubes sometimes also hold entire animals if they fit. Our focus is on preserving the samples in a way that allows us to conduct biodiversity studies with them.
From ichneumon wasps to elephants. The archive contains DNA samples from all kinds of species.
The interesting thing about the myth of Noah and his ark is that it's also about preserving biodiversity, just like we do here. The needs of humanity are not the only priority. It's actually about conserving parts of nature that have to be preserved.
A bird of prey is to be added to the collection. Veterinarian Louisa Fisher takes a tissue sample to grow cell cultures and saves the genetic information for eternity. A 21st century version of Noah?
A biobank is of great use when it comes to protecting species, just like all our collections here. This bank is actually an incredible source of knowledge. It generates it. It's an infrastructure that enables knowledge to be generated on species that are or could be endangered. At the end of the day, we can only protect things we really understand.
Biologist Iodela Akintayo needs a sample at the cell lab. He wants to grow more cells using the tissue. This process takes days. The cells are placed in a nutrient-dense solution. Once in the incubator, they begin to divide. Iodella Argentayo shows us cells grown from an older sample, new life made in the lab. A part of the grown cells is taken to the DNA lab for further observation. Using molecular biological methods, DNA information can be retrieved from these cell cultures. This way, the genome of every creature can be researched by generations to come. At the Koenig Research Museum, the DNA sequences are entered into a database and compared to existing data sets. This process allows scientists to identify the species to which a certain animal belongs. The bird in question was a common buzzard.
Basically, the key role for museum is to gather and conserve information about the diversity of life. So basically, it's like having a zoo in a museum.
And this is the zoo. Nitrogen at minus 190 degrees Celsius. Cell cultures from the common buzzard are frozen. Its genetic information will be preserved for eternity. By saving the animal kingdom from the Great Flood, Noah essentially becomes the first conservationist in history. He saves all life from death and destruction. A story from the Old Testament that can be interpreted as a mission, today more than ever.
The idea of a great flood is entirely plausible. The Earth has changed so much throughout history and continues to change so rapidly that the concept of a huge flood really is very believable.
The legend of the Great Flood teaches us that we will never be immune to natural catastrophes. While our ancestors feared God's rage, the biggest threat in modern times is global warming.